On the track.
Many fantasies are being transformed into reality by modern science.
This is horrible. Tell me we not still struggle streaming. It looks like I'm good to go. Yes. Success. We in this. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. Yeah, hey, we gotta laugh at these times, man. Thank you, brothers, for letting me know it. Definitely. Thank you for letting me know it. Okay, let's start this again. Can we start this again? My name is Conrad, and we welcome you to the Real podcast, where we are real people having real conversations about real things. And here on the Real platform, as we go through tonight, make sure that you put your name. We got the brother, I don't want to call him 8-ish, but we gonna call him Brother Divine Grace. We got him in the building. We connected on Facebook, and I'm so glad that he's here in the building. We've got our brother M3 in the building, and we've got some other supporters that look like they're just gonna kind of hide out for now. But as we go live tonight, whenever you come in, make sure you put your name, make sure you say what's up in the chat, and we will acknowledge you. And we've got a couple of videos that we're going to be reacting to tonight. That's kind of drive the point home. We got a couple one-hitter quitters. And actually, now that I see it, it's almost like one of my videos didn't upload, but we're going to take care of that as we go. If you be so kind, and you want to make sure that you're tapping in with us and following us on all the platforms where we are located, you can hit us up on TikTok. You can hit us up on Threads. You can hit us up on Twitter, also known as X. You can hit us up on Facebook and Instagram. And most importantly, we've got 2 channels on YouTube. We've got the Real Podcast Clips, which we are in the process of really furnishing and making it something that's what we want, because we know a lot of people love that short form content. And then we've got the main hub. We've got the main compound, the Real Podcast. Hello. Well, yes, we got Rush Enterprises in the building. Salute to you, my brother. Thank you for being here tonight. As I told you, we've got some good brothers tapping in, some new brothers tapping in, and I'm gonna give you guys the backdrop in a bit about how I found these brothers, but we're gonna get to it tonight. Again, salute to all of you for being here in the building tonight. We wouldn't be here without you, and to the supporters, we wouldn't be here without you either. So again, TikTok, Threads, Instagram, Twitter, also known as X, Facebook, YouTube. You can find us at @DaReal_SCE. That's DAREALREEL_SCE. Let's get a round of applause in the building for everybody tonight. And make sure as you come in the building, we're working with a 2 to to 1 like ratio. What does that mean? For every 2 people in the building, we need at least 1 like. And if you'd be so kind to, as you comment, share this clip share the link with somebody as you go. Let's get the building popping, because this topic is long overdue as we've been getting really going. And I want to shout out to our sponsors, Shand & Co. Enterprises. We're definitely grateful for them. We want to shout out Omega Event Rentals, both companies operating out of the Toronto, Canada area. We want to shout out Opus Clip, which we recently became an affiliate of, and they are a sponsor of this show. We want to definitely thank them for seeing the value in what we're doing and how we are growing. And if you're a content creator and you're looking to take your long form content, drop it into something, and be able to get a real good spicy clip with some nice edited words, nice splash emojis and whatnot, definitely you want to go to opusclip.pro and make sure that you subscribe, get your own channel going, get your own account going, and you'll be able to do what would take maybe a week's worth of work in just a couple of minutes. You can upload your own template, upload your own branding, and really make it your own. And definitely the greatest thing is if you upgrade to the pro account, you are able to actually make sure that you can simultaneously cast and post to all platforms that you are on, and it only run you about $20 a month. And I say that's worth it. It definitely provides you also a housing hub with a memory bank where you'll be able to store all your clips and all your projects, and so you can name them accordingly and get them distributed where they need to go. All right, now that we got the business stuff out of the way, again, salute to everybody coming in the building. Let's do this one more time. Salute to Rush Enterprises. We got you in the building, brother. Salute to you. We got the brother Divine Grace coming to us. We connected on Facebook. I believe it was like yesterday or last night at like 1 o'clock in the morning, or some people say my night. You know, you all know me right now. I'm just happy to be with you guys here. We got the I call him the mentor, the sensei, M3. We salute to all you brothers in the building tonight. Earlier, as I was coming home from work, I was talking with our brother Stan. He's sleeping because, you know, I mean, he's between, you know, he's a hardworking man. And so as he's sleeping and he's resting, we salute to him and to everybody else that's in the building. Definitely, I want to thank you all for the support. And yeah, I mean, to those who may be new, we're going to be posting the link in the chat, but I want to get this stuff out the way so when we bring these brothers up, we've got no delay, nothing that has got to take place, because I definitely, actually, you know what, I might bring these brothers up just now because I want to get their take on the one hit a quitter segment. But definitely, you know, does everybody know what's about to go down? If you're new here and you haven't put yourself in the chat, notified us in chat, put yourself in the chat, put a like, put a hand emoji, do something, put your name, where you're coming from. Last week we had Alexa, and if she's tuning in at any given point, we salute you, Alexa. She said the algorithm sent her to the Real platform. Ain't that a blessing? That's definitely something I like, so I'm definitely about that. You guys, y'all gotta know what's going to be coming up, y'all.
One hitter quitter, TKO you.
Yeah, one hitter quitter, you are out, and you gotta know it. You gotta know it. So as we move forward, we are definitely. Y'all wouldn't believe that I'm still running into issues right now. This is hilarious. Still running into issues, but it's all right. Nevertheless, we got to do what we got to do. And so we thank y'all for being in the building tonight. Let's see who's wow. Yo. Salute to Alexa for being here in the building. I just mentioned her, and look, she's here in the building. I'm so glad she's here. And you know what? I mean, I don't know how anybody else does. I'm just based on even my job and my work background, I'm very big on analytics because I believe when you get people, when you're looking as a boss, when you're looking to get people promotion, you got to give them a blueprint. And I'm very big on analytics and the analytics of a company, departments, and whatnot, because that's how you're going to tell the story of what people, a department, or I just said people, or a department's going to need that boost as you're running your company. And for anything that we do, even if it's when it comes to content creation here on YouTube and any other platform, you got to understand that analytics is everything. If you can tell analytics, you can tell the story. Just like they always say, if you can understand the algorithm, how to work it and how to bend it and maneuver it, you can definitely be successful as a business and really get your message out. And so we're thankful that the algorithm sent her here last week and she's back rocking out with us. And you know what she represents? She's part of the 30% of the women that follow the Real Real podcast. We got 60% of men that have subscribed, and together it's a beautiful thing. And we want to build that up to 100% on both sides, because I believe that the Real Real platform can definitely house it and be able to encourage and inspire both parties to take the lead and really take back our community. You figured it, feel me? All right. Let's get into it, because I don't know how long we're going to stay. I don't know where this conversation is going to take us tonight. I'm about to drop the link and get as you guys go along. If you want to come up after the next segment, definitely fine. As you come up, probably, let's say, put a message in the private chat so we can make sure everything is good to go. And yeah, we're going to go from here. Give me 1 second, everybody. Let me just get this. Let me get this in the comment section here. Let's do it. And again, as we go forward tonight, if you have any questions, not that I'm particular on this, but if you do have any questions and you want to ask them as we go, we'll play it by ear. But if you have a specific question that you want to ask the panel, depending how the night goes, you definitely post it in the chat. We'll get it in there. If it's a specific question to an individual panelist, then we're going to try something a little different. We'll just see how it goes, right? We'll see how it goes. So y'all see it there. You want to join the panel as we go along, definitely copy, paste, click the link. And I'll definitely make sure I have this up earlier next time, but I'll leave this starred so everybody can see it, and we will go from here. Let's get this going as we get into wait. I heard a beat. I heard it. Who do we got in the building? Hold on. Let me bring this down. Let me bring this thing down. Salute to you, brother.
Yo, what's good, fam? Thank you for inviting me, man. I had you community post. So
give me 1 second. You're muted. You're muted. I don't know what's going on around here.
Can you hear me?
Why are you muted?
You can hear
there
me,
we
right?
go.
You can hear me?
Oh, you can hear both of us?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me?
See,
No.
I got a problem. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that is me. I can only hear one of me right now. This is weird. Yo, give me 1 second. Give me Rush. I'm gonna bring you back up. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's try this one more time. Go ahead, man.
Yo, can you hear me?
I got you.
Word. Yo, I added you on my community post, so you good money.
Okay, brother. That's what's up.
Thanks for the invite.
Oh, most definitely, man. I'm glad you're here. I am glad you're here. How's your day been, man? Yo, did I just
Productive,
mute
man.
this guy? Oh,
Can't
wow.
complain. Can't complain. It was great, man. You know, I give it a 10. You heard?
That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, definitely. I don't even know what I did with my settings tonight. I'm trying to navigate this, and it's weirding me out. Why? Oh, you know what? You, yeah, see, I'm background noise. Brother, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now I can't.
Okay,
You
there's
good now?
something
I can
going
hear you
on with.
now.
Okay, there's something going on with my mic. How do I navigate it? All right, you know what? Let's do it this way.
I guess he's having a little bit of technical difficulties. Just give him a few seconds. He'll be right back. You heard?
We back. I figured it out. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out. I had the wrong button clicked to get going everything in terms of the sound. So I had my laptop separate, controlling and sending in sound from two different places. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh my good golly gosh.
It happens, but now you got the anger things down, you know what I mean?
You know what I mean? So brother, how's everything going? Now that we got this figured out, how are you doing, man?
Everything good.
Yeah, man. I saw you and Stan and I think it's Mia and a couple different people holding it down on a chat, and you guys was doing your thing. So I was like, you know what? I'm always expanding. I'm always trying to connect and make different connections. So I was like, let me reach out to a couple brothers. And so while I was reaching out to you, the same thing, I reached out to Devon Grace, and y'all's here in the building today.
Word. So you peeped the show I did the other day, huh?
Yeah, I peeped a little bit of that. And that what you guys were talking about. I was like, okay.
Word.
So I was like, for sure. And we're gonna be supporting much more often, especially now that I got you. And I like I said, by the time we get to the next show, everybody that's gonna be, regulars, I'm gonna make sure you have your own slide. And that way, so when you get brought up, is real production style. Oh, now that I figured out what I got to do with my sound, I ain't got to go through that again. Word. So we're gonna get into a segment that's called the One Hitter Quitter. Got some topics, some quick opinions on them, and I mean, if everybody.
One hitter quitter, TKO you.
Yeah, it's time for the One Hitter Quitter. And as we go through that, you guys know it's real talk, real vibes, and we are coming from a real place. There's not no fake stuff. We're not trying to put on for nobody. This ain't a show, and we are here to put it down and put it on these topics as we get into it. So, brother, I don't know about you, but I saw this post the other day, and like Pharrell, he been trending a lot lately for the way he's moving with his fashion. And so, as it says here, is this different from Prince? Am I tripping? Or has this brother been capping from time? Because like with Prince was the man. But I'm not gonna lie, my man, he had the lace front, and I'm not trying to diss Prince, but he had the lace front. You know what I mean? He had them lace front bodysuits. Man's hair was, as they would say, is on fleek, permed, laid, fried, dyed to the side. But we accepted that of Prince. Is this different from how Prince was acting and how Prince would kind of promote his sex appeal from back in the day? What do you think about that?
It's the same thing, but the thing with Prince, like he's known to be like real artistic type vibe. Know what I mean? This style right here is more on the zesty type joint. Know what I mean? I mean, I ain't knocking it. I mean, you do what you do. You're a grown man, but to me, from the era I'm from, we look at that as a sus. Know what I mean?
And that's my thing, right? Because it's not like okay, again, like you said, like Prince had the performance, and we just want to make sure we say salute and good evening to 12th Street Top Bat Podcast. Thank you, Queen, for being here in the building with us tonight. Yeah, like when I look at this, and I mean, there's no shade to him and whatever he feels to do, if that's what he feels to do and how he chooses to represent himself, good for him. But when I think about it, like all the joints that, like, I don't know how old you are. I'm 40. So when I think about Pharrell,
we the same age.
Okay, so you see that. So when I'm thinking of Pharrell and like I'm looking at the musical genius and the icon of the producer that he is, I'm thinking about the tracks that immediately him and Snoop on the track. Oh, 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 oh. Like that's what my mind goes back to, and like all the other countless joints. And that Pharrell is different than this Pharrell. You get what I'm saying? So I sometimes almost kind of wonder, did something turn him, or did he just let loose because now it's acceptable in this generation and time? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, with this generation, there's like a metrosexual vibe that's going on now. Know what I mean? They try to get rid of the whole gender roles, and everybody's kind of like trying to fuse both genders in one. To kind of like get rid of the gender roles. So there is a little bit of confusion between the masculine trait and the female trait. You know what I mean? It's kind of like swapping at this day and age. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with that. And I mean, like we said again, like it's everybody, you want to do what you want to do. Like you cool to do you, right? But at the end of the day, I kind of look at it because Pharrell, to our generation, in terms of when we were coming up out of high school, early college, and whatnot, a whole bunch of people started producing and getting on tracks because they wanted Pharrell was their inspiration. Like I actually heard cats say, okay, I didn't have to necessarily be able to sing a whole 16 or rap a whole 16 to get on a track, because I can lay down, I can be the man on the hook, and I can do all, the producer work in the background. So I kind of look at that in a way is like somebody who they would have considered a cultural icon within the music industry. It's like, is he a plant? Is he trying to further that message of fluidity, like you said, breaking down the differences between the masculine and the feminine, male and female gender roles and whatnot? And like for me, what does it is two things, mainly because coming from the downtown core Toronto, all the women dress like this. I don't see one man downtown. Like I'm seeing them with the Naruto pants on. You know what I mean? The super ninja man pants on, the sensei, the samurai pants on. I see that, but I understand it.
Yeah, that's the new wave, like the whole baggy type
Yeah.
style, short shirt. That's the new wave now. Now, I mean, personally, I don't knock it, but I'm not from this era, so I like my clothes to fit. I mean,
facts, and
technical difficulties again, but he'll be right back, y'all. Know what I mean? But yeah, man, with this new day and age, everybody's rocking like the metrosexual style. Everybody want to be vegan and all this. That's just not the wave to do. Know what I mean?
Oh, brother, I hear you, man. I'm telling you, I got too much buttons over here. But I'm gonna save that topic for later. Yo, I don't know what you thought about this, but this kind of made me laugh a little bit. This ain't a serious moment right here in terms of this reaction here, but 50 Cent and BMF. I just said BMF in general because it's Big Meech and Lil Meech, and they squabble with 50. But I hear 50's point though. 50's point, he said, how you gonna be my friend, but you working with my enemy? And I don't know, in terms of the level of vitriol and animosity that Rick Ross and 50 have. You get what I'm saying? But overall, though, when I look at it, I'm kind of like, okay, dude, if me and you is in business and I pull up a cat out of nowhere and you're like, okay, you know what? I'm not telling you how to run your business, but me and this cat, we have an issue. This and this is what's going on. As a businessman, I'm going to look at it and be like, okay, I got a decision to make, because I want to respect each and every individual man as his own person. But when it becomes business, if it's going to cut me and you doing business, or me and you making money and making a move, I'm going to have a meeting and see where those lines are drawn. And if those lines are drawn deeply, then I got to make a business decision in this. I mean, who do we got? Oh, Oh, who's this? Hold on. We got somebody in the building. We got somebody in the building. Hold on. We gonna shut this down just for a little bit and come back to it because I want to make sure I give everybody their dues.
Yo, what's going on? Peace.
Peace and love, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I can't complain, brother. Is this E Black?
Yes, sir. No, this is not E Black. That's not that. No, it's not that E Black. This is Era
Okay.
Black.
Okay. So I was, as long as everybody knows of each other, and you don't worry, brother. You good. You don't got a cam up. But blessings to you. Thank you for being here tonight, Era Black. Salute to you.
Salute.
We want to give you
salute.
We want to give you a warm welcome. Thank you for being here on the Real Real podcast, going live tonight with our brother Rush. We glad for you to be here. And you just caught us right in the middle of the one hitter quitter. So we gonna get right back at it. But first of all, how'd you find us over here? Tell us about yourself before we get back into the one hitter quitter.
I just been around in the manosphere space and in these political any type of black relationship space for about since 2014. And so how I heard about you, I don't really not too familiar with the channel. I was just going through the live, seeing who had a live going right now. And then I just seen the channel and the topic, and I said, I guess I'll click on to see what y'all talking about.
Bless, man. Thank you for being here. Truth be told, obviously I'm a man. What I can say, I consider this the real platform part of a red pill movement or the manosphere or the black manosphere. I can't say that, and maybe we're gonna get into this actually, and I'll explain this further why, but we can get into that a little bit and unpack that, and I definitely want to get your brother's thoughts on this, especially as black men. But I've been around. I know some cats around the manosphere and the relationship space, and I can't lie, I've learned a lot from a few of them, and as we trying to build up the platform over here, I think I have a message to bring, because our focus over here is one, getting back to as Brother Rush mentioned it, the gender norms. Like masculine is masculine and feminine is feminine. And we've got to understand, in certain cases, like I hear this all the time, from the women, and when I see them on different clips and stuff, it's like, oh, she's an alpha female or she's in her masculine. No, you're probably in the most disrespectful frame of a man. That's exactly what it is. And you're using the term masculine to be disrespectful.
There's no such thing as an alpha female. No such thing as an alpha female, man. I mean, it's just a chick that's combative. That's it, man.
Well, and that's exactly how I feel. Like I don't see that as alpha, right? I see that as okay, you're gonna use the term alpha to be disrespectful. And in certain cases, when they say, okay, a man's being feminine, he's not in the frame God created him to be. He's taking a subservient position, and one that's even devoid of responsibilities. That's how I look at it. I'm always up to debate that mindset and that opinion. And we open to grow over here, but I want most importantly for the men and the women that will view and be a part of the space that's growing here at the Real. It's just like, okay, what are we saying? Men be men, women be women. That's the long and the short story. And however we navigate the nuances of conversation to get there, I'm always willing to have the conversation and debate in good faith and in love and in respect to my brothers. And that's the one thing I want to see, that truth to be told, I know certain people that are connected, they respect each other. But coming into the manosphere, one thing I'll be honest, and I didn't see is a respect from brothers to all brothers. Rush don't gotta believe what I believe. You don't gotta believe, and vice versa, right? But that doesn't give me the freedom to disrespect you based on the differences that we have in belief, because at the end of the day, we're still black men.
Absolutely.
And so that's just how I feel about it.
I totally agree. Thanks you for having me on. Hopefully I could be on more. Shout out to both of you brothers. And I totally agree with you. As far as what I've been seeing here into the manosphere, it's been a lot of hate. It's been a lot of non-acceptance. It's been a lot of ego. It's been a lot of, so they got their own issues. But I'm still staying on task, and a brotherhood, some type of, as this world closing in, we have something to go to or rely on within our own group, our own self. Just certain little things that is good for men to have their own little groups and things like that. So there's more to get out of a manosphere than what's been presented. So I still got an eye on the prize, still got a little, like I look at this thing as bigger than it's nowhere where it needs to be or where it's going to go. So.
Facts. And no, I agree with that. And even the conversation that Rush was having the other day, and I'm gonna make sure that for the next week that we go into, before I get to the next live, that I'm posting everybody's channel. So make sure that as you go, Era, make sure you drop the link to your channel and your space in the chat, and I'm gonna save that. And I have Rush's already. I just got to make sure I get it properly ready to go and make sure that's filtered out, because like, this is a coalition, right? And we'll unpack a couple of thoughts that I have a little bit more as we go, but I want to finish off the one hitter quitter. You weren't here when we were getting started on this, so I'm gonna have to hit this one time. I love doing this. Y'all gonna find out that I love hitting these switches.
One hitter quitter, TKO you.
Yeah. And I don't know if you heard the first two that we went through, we sitting there talking about, first one was Pharrell, and, just his appearance. Is it necessarily an aspect of him letting go to where he wants to be, or, has he been capping the whole time, and he's now expressing his true self?
I wasn't here for anything. I just got here.
So okay, you just got here. Okay, so I gave my thought according to the title, like, is this different from Prince? I say yes, because like Prince was a ladies' man. Like Prince was Prince. Okay, there was a part of his show, there was a part of his charisma that he did what he did. Is only in this era, in this generation in time, that I've heard people question, whether Prince was he on the fence? Was he on the other side, and just was he pandering in his music and singing about something that he didn't really align himself with and whatnot, like what that was? Or am I tripping? Because really and truly, the way he be rocking, the way Pharrell be doing his thing, he's doing it so fluently that I'm just like, okay, I think you were capping on who you were when you were doing these tracks with all the artists back in the day. Because like, personally, me, I don't even hold my wife's purse like that. I'm just saying, my daughter, my grandmother, nobody can't get me to hold their purse like that for them. I'm sorry.
But let me ask you this. Would you go sit down with Pharrell and go do a business deal with him? Would you let him endorse something for you? Would you get some money with him? Would that stop you from being able to talk to him, have a relationship with him? Would you totally avoid him?
Transparently, I wasn't ready for that question. I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm gonna tell the truth. You want to know why I wasn't ready for that question? Because I'm so caught up on his appearance that I personally was just like, okay, his appearance doesn't represent me in any way, shape, or form. So the question is now, how am I going to do business with him? Right. Am I going to let him represent my brand on Front Street, or is this just straight administration? Because you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because not everybody, and Rush, tap in with this. Not everybody that you do business with at every level. And we're gonna, when we slide over to the next slide, I think this has something to say on that too. He is a great producer in terms of his skill and understanding of the maneuvering of music and beats and bringing in and taking out and punchlines and the whole choreography and arrangement of that, right? But this is not the real. So me personally, he could never represent the real because he doesn't appeal to the women that I want to appeal to, and he doesn't hold up the message that I'm sending to the brothers, because it's so far left from what I'm sending to the brothers. So transparently, I have to stand on code, and I know what I'm about to say, and it's people's like, yo, but dude, what if it's a 6-figure deal, 7-figure deal? He's willing to take the 40 to give you the 60. He's willing to take the 30 or the 20 to give you the 70 or the 80. You're telling me you're not going to put him on Front Street? And I have to honestly say no, because my public reputation and the public integrity of myself and this platform and the people that I work with behind the scenes, we've all agreed that integrity matters more than filling my pockets. And I believe if I remain integral, what is for me will be for me. If I have to come up a little bit on the rough side of the mountain, then maybe I need to go back and check my history, because my whole history has been on the rough side of the mountain. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Rush. Are you asking me or Rush?
Rush, tap in.
Yeah, I totally agree with you where you're coming from with that. I'm the same way. The masculine image is everything. You know what I mean? The moment, niggas suspect you, you know what I mean? You playing on the left field, your reputation is over. So I couldn't do business with the nigga. You know what I mean? Not in that sense, because the kind of business he's in is like it's on Front Street to let it be seen that y'all affiliated with each other. You know what I mean? So I couldn't do it either.
Era, what do you say? What do you say? I feel you. I feel you going to
right.
Yeah, I feel it. Pause,
bro. I mean, just looking at things, for me, it is nothing no God, devil, human, creature, anything could do to me, say to me, or do to make me gay, or to make me not who I am. Okay, so that's number one, and not even nothing to think about. So me dealing with this dude or dealing with him, whatever we doing or got going, it would be to my benefit. Now, so I would definitely want to do business. I definitely, you know what I'm saying? I would take pictures and all. What he do don't make me, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I'm more focused on a focus, you know what I'm saying? I got to get to an end game and my end goal. I'm not going over to have a relationship with him other than to get business, to get money. So that would be my focus, and however we could get that done, I wouldn't be so concerned with my image and how people are looking at me, and if anything, they're looking at me dealing with a millionaire. You know what I mean? So that's good for me and my image, you know what I'm saying? And I could take that imagery and that picture that we got together and work that, you know what I'm saying? And behind the scenes business or whatever we doing. So if it's in the constructs of that, you know what I'm saying? Then I could definitely work with him. But just to be his friend, or I don't even know, if it's something beneficial to being with that guy or dealing with him, then I gotta go for it. That would just be my main focus. You know what I'm saying? That's just me personally. I'm just speaking for myself. I got to keep a goal in mind of what I'm trying to achieve. Nobody else can speak for me or be me for me. So, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even question it. So I would stay focused on the money is my point.
And you know what? I can respect that, because it's a clear path. But for me, and I'm gonna reveal some layers on this, right? What he represents to me, looking at this picture, speaks more to his mentality, and this is why I'm saying, am I tripping, or has this brother been capping? Because you presented one thing 15 to 20 years ago that is not conducive for what you're presenting now. You get what I'm saying? And even if it's for the sense of just business alone. Okay, I'm gonna put it like this. I had a situation where just before the pandemic, as I was starting to develop my my company logo, there was a brother that at my workplace that was in tech, and what I thought at the time, good dude, solid dude, came in, did his job, knowledgeable, right? And just like any of us brothers who you've been in the workplace, especially if you're single, you see what kind of action or what kind of attention you can grab and maneuver. And as I'm going around, I'm like, okay, there's people that work here. How can we all work in the same business, but who can I recruit to work on my business on the side? And there was this girl. And I sat down, talked to her, and she told me about her connections and where her family came from. And and how she was operating, and what her aspirations and her ideals were. And I said, well, I believe that there's a part that I'm building in my company that can facilitate certain things for you, and you in turn can facilitate certain things for the company. And as I begin to break that down to her, she was immediately jumped on board. And when I tell you, this girl came in and she was the secretary of all secretaries. I literally would be at work during the day and I'd be like, yo, I need you to send an email and find out in the city councils which meetings are going on that pertain to the outreach portion and not non-for-profit side of the business, so I can have meetings with them.
Mm-hmm.
I sent her that at 11 o'clock. At 11:45, this girl's already got me getting emails from CEOs and superintendents in the downtown core of the city, movers and shakers, saying, okay, this person's interested to meet with you. This person wants to have a call with you. Okay, so she's moving. So now me and her are moving. He comes in. Okay, he's got IT background, so he can, definitely work within certain areas, but he says he has. So, okay, I say, all right, cool. She's a secretary, so anything that you got to get approved for me to do, or you got to get approved for you to venture out and do on your own, get it to her, get it typed up as a proposal. She'll get it to me. I said, but one thing, because I know you got swag, and I know you got the riz, and however you want to put it, I know you got game. Don't mess with her intimately or emotionally, because it's gonna mess up the money,
mess up the flow. Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing, I literally, when you like, if anybody watch American Gangster with Denzel Washington, when he made that decision, when he was like, yeah, I'm gonna cut out the middleman and I want to go directly to the source, that girl was my knife to cut out all of the middle people within the city, not my neighborhood, not the mall. You get what I'm saying? The whole city. She gave me an expressway right downtown into City Hall.
Excellent.
And that's exactly why I told the man, don't hey, if you like her, because she's shapely, she good, she young, she tight and fit in all the right places. But this is where I was like, okay, exercise some discipline. You know what I mean? I'm not telling you to live like how I live. Just don't mess with the business. Anybody mess with the business, they cut. It's business. It's not personal. I don't hate you, but you cut.
Right.
And I'm not going to double back on it.
You cannot mess up the money. You cannot mess up the business. That would mean you a liability. I got to get you out of here.
Well, facts. So said, so done, man. You know what I mean? Oh, boss man said to connect with you after work and da-da-da. I never said that. I said connect with her during the day, during work hours, because I know what goes on when the sun sets.
Oh. Uh-oh.
And she and him got entangled, and the thing is, it ended up worse for her. Now, whether the things she was telling me are true or not is besides the point. The mere fact that she felt like she had to get the police involved against him made me lose it. It made me lose it, because not only did I lose my secretary, who was my direct key, like her father was still working at local news stations that, like, you're talking about not being on like the sidebar news and like the outer side of the city. We're talking about right in the core of the city. Like, you get a spot on that and people are automatically wondering, how are you? How did you know this person? How does this person know you on a first name basis? Now they want to know who you are. And it doesn't matter if you pull up in a bus or a Lambo. They want to know, how did you get to the place where they are being introduced to you in a subservient manner? And he messed it up. And I looked at him and I said, bro, like, no offense, but you're dead to me. Because not only can I not trust you to take instructions as a soldier, it means if I was to ever put you in a position of power in the company, you would usurp me. You would undermine everything that I've set up. And so when I look at this, I don't look at this against Pharrell, but I look at this as a message to Black men everywhere about being and doing business to a degree. Because how I look at this is, that, and I'm not trying to put any more shade or dirt on Diddy than he has to deal with, but you ain't gonna baby oil me. You get what I'm saying?
That's real. That's real talk.
Do you think by him dressing the way he's dressing now, do you think he's indirectly sending a message to our people?
I think it can be interpreted that way. I think there's a lot of room for questioning there. That's a great question within itself. I think there's a lot of things we got to question, right? Because this generation of young men, they're not going to question that. How do we notice? Okay, look at the Jimmy Butlers of the world. When he was on Chicago running with them dogs, Jim Joakim Noah, Rose, pardon me, all Luol Deng, he wasn't painting his nails. It wasn't emo Jimmy Butler. You get what I'm saying? He was a dog of all dogs. Now he still got that Rough Rider in him. But what is it about this? What is it about this time that makes you feel that, okay, are you doing this for attention? I got more questions. Before I come to a conclusion, me and you got to have a conversation because I got questions now, right?
Right.
And we're going to have a conversation away from cameras, away from lights, away from anything that is going to impair my ability to make a sound decision and really decipher what you're saying, even when you're speaking in some sort of a parable to me. Because he could literally come out and be like, yo, brother, I'm just doing this just to get over. And I could be like, okay, cool. And I tell you in the next sentence, don't think you're going to represent my brand trying to get over just because that community has X amount of billions of dollars a year. And that's how I look at that. I look at that as you willing to sacrifice your morals. If he did, now that's the next question. What are his morals compared to what my morals are? You get what I'm saying, Rush?
I get you.
And so that's just how I look. That's just how I look at it. It's more room for conversation. I don't want to denigrate this brother because he's still a black man, but I got some questions regarding his morals and his integrity as it relates to business, because this doesn't align with who I saw for 20 years.
It's real. I hear you. That's something to think about, and I hear you. I hear you.
Because now when we look at Big Meech and we look at Lil Meech and we look at 50, and I look at how 50, put it out there to like, yo, dude, like, we're doing business. I started this show centered around basically your pops and his whole clique, and this was supposed to make you guys money. And you know how I get down. I'm very cutthroat to who works with me versus who's against me. And you out here taking pictures with the ops, whether you know it or not, but you should know enough of me of who I deal business with. And there's certain conversations we had behind the scene. And then your dad comes out now, and it's almost like he's co-signing on it because we need money, even though I gave you guys enough money that you should have been able to use some and invest in the rest. I think I don't know if you guys heard this, but 50 gave them something like $5 million to be prepared for when Meech was coming home, so that Meech would have enough money to kind of live comfortably on, understanding that he has to sow himself back into the society to be able to make a stand while the feds are still watching him. Because anybody who thinks he got released and the feds are not watching him, and I'm not talking about no snitch case, but anybody who thinks that he's going to get released after operating a drug empire and as a company, as they would say it, to the level that he did, and the feds not watching him, that's the same thing they did to what's my boy's name? Larry Davis. That's the same thing they did to him. So even no matter what we hear from Larry, no matter what we hear from the news, if there was going to be a change made by Larry that would have infected any type of gangs and a cause and really change them around, we will never know the full extent of that, because the feds were watching him at such a level where they remember what it looked like when all these quote unquote gangsters was rolling downtown and they were voting. They weren't shooting guns at the poll. They weren't holding it up saying only us can vote. This one man told over 1,000 people, go downtown, march, be peaceful as you march, and vote to make the change.
It's powerful.
And they used what was behind the shadows of the movement to capsize that change. And so everything, and I mean, the old saying goes, what's done in the darkness must come to light, but sometimes what's said in the darkness will be manipulated to be presented as light. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And that's how I kind of look at this next situation between 50 and, I mean, for the general casual social media user, they'd be like, oh, 50's at it again and he's trolling him. And I'm like, this is kind of funny when I see this man took out like a whole, created a whole GoFundMe and posted it on his social media, on his Instagram. And, we kiki ha ha. And I'm just like, yo, no, 50, like, you got to understand the mentality of this man right now. Like, this is guerrilla warfare, because anybody who thinks that Big Meech is not connected enough to start a problem is also delusional. I don't know. What do you brothers think about that?
Man, you hit a lot on the head, man. I mean, you on point with it.
Bro, I'm a thinking man. That's what I'm gonna tell you guys. I'm a thinking man. Like I'm a at my hardest, I think, and I would believe that I follow in the footstep of a philosopher. I don't know who, but I'm a thinking man, and I like to play chess. I don't like to play checkers. I played checkers for 10, 15, 20 years of my life, and I lost. And the last 20 years I've been playing chess, and I've been winning every year. So, you know what I mean? I stay playing chess. But what do you all think about this? Is it to throw another narrative of 50 is irrational and 50 can't get along with people? Is there something, or can we, like I said about Pharrell, is there something to be questioned about the business motive, knowing that the only thing 50 really stopped doing, which was going to feed him and Big Meech and Lil Meech and any other member of BMF that was coming out of jail, is the fact that show was going on?
I think with Big Meech situation, I don't think it was a wise decision to take that picture with Rick Ross. I mean, even though he's well connected and he probably got enough goons to shake some, but this ain't 50 Cent's first rodeo. Like, he's been at it with the most ruthless cats in the streets of New York. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He caught that smoke with Supreme. Supreme tried to, get him clipped. They dumped about nine on him, and he still survived that whole situation. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's nothing that 50 couldn't handle. But from my perspective, if somebody took care of my son, made sure he had $5 million in his pocket, I wouldn't be cool with his enemy like that. That's just me. You know what I mean?
Right, I feel you totally. And did Little Meech get, like you were saying earlier? Did he get a briefing from 50 at some point? Like, yo, like, I cherish loyalty. Do not mess with my enemy. You know what I'm saying? Like, did Meech know what he was doing, or Big Meech? You know what I'm saying? Or like, did those guys know like they were doing something that could piss 50 off, or are they trying to play around? You know what I'm saying? So like, 'cause we all know 50 about loyalty. So I'm just like, yeah,
And that's a valid question. That is a valid question, because at the same time, if we're all bosses, and again, let's bring this home, right? It's black men dealing with black men. If we all have different levels of operating a business, and we see the talent in different areas, my talent, it might be analytics and administration. Rush might be front line. You know what I mean? Or board meetings. Era might be able to do collaborations cross countries and really bridge that gap internationally. We've all got to sit down at some point and be like, okay, where have you been? Where have I been? Where has he been? And do we have anything that at any given time I might overlook because we're doing business, but at the same time, it's a detriment to you? You get what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, these are the things we're supposed to discuss and iron out if we're doing business. You know what I mean? So we can know the parameters, and you know what I mean? Because I do believe exactly what you said. We all got a talent. We all got somewhere where we could be used and best serve that for the greater goal. And was that discussed between them? Or, what was the feeling like? Because, did I make a mistake and I just didn't know? Or, am I, so it's one of those situations and things. I mean, 50 can also be a very petty person.
Well, and then I was just gonna put it up. I was Stan, salute to Stan in the building. He said 50 is unholy petty level. Like
Yeah.
it's true though. Like
It's true. Like it's like how do I please this guy or get with him or deal with him, but I don't, like I would need a rule book or something. Like I don't know.
yeah. And even though we can consider 50 a straight shooter, just that alone is something that you have to discuss with a man like 50. Is like, hey, dude, I know you have a way of being petty to the detriment of somebody else's uptake. Like, I'll be honest, when I was young, seeing the whole 50 Cent and Ja Rule beef, I was on 50's side. I was on 50's side. But you ever seen a man get beat down so fast, not even so hard, so fast that he didn't have a chance to swing back?
Right. It was a slaughter.
It was just a flurry of hits. It was literally like Mike Tyson was just chipping away at a building, and somebody said, Mike, you don't have to stop no matter what you see. The man flinches. This is your ultimate therapy. Just go ham. And that's just what happened to Ja Rule, and Ja Rule never recovered. Not in movies, not in music. He did some other little side movies, and yeah, I'm not saying he didn't make money, but had he been able to really focus in and stay mainstream without somebody saying, hey, like Fifth gonna come at you if you even step into the camera again. If you step behind a mic, 50's there. I believe the man was like, I don't want this again. I can't. I didn't handle it the first time. I didn't even see it coming, and this man was just on my neck. And even when people said, okay, that diss track was lit, 50 didn't even just release one track. He released like 10 tracks, social media posts, magazine posts, and it's one of the most iconic laughs ever was directed at Ja Rule because he didn't see the flurry coming. So that side of him, I would have had to say, Fifth, we got to talk about this. I need to know the real of how you're going to deal with business on that, because I don't want to overstep and ruin what we're gonna do. And I mean, again, we're going to get into it in a bit, and I want to kind of put this in your guys' mind: the manosphere, the black manosphere, right? As it relates to black men, what is our narrative, and can we change our narrative? Because the thing is I believe that a big portion of the manosphere is too fixated on how we're going to fix women leading or women following when they see us as broken leadership, even between us as men.
So right.
And these terms of alpha and versus masculine, alpha versus beta, it's just like, look, if we all tell the truth, there are some brothers, they don't want to be the alpha dog.
Right. I mean, we all played on teams. Everybody's not the alpha. If you're on the offensive line, defensive line, you might not even get the ball all game or get to touch the ball. But we all are part of the win. We all, blocking, running, we're all for the win. So I just try to stay focused on something big time. So when you say what it is or what it's about, it's to be black businessmen. You know what I'm saying? So it's not so much about the women and getting them to follow or anything, but we do business anyway. This is what we do.
Yeah, and truthfully, I should say transparently, I believe that if women knew, again, let's use the scenario of Big Meech and Lil Meech and Fifth. If women truly knew our consistent leadership style, right? Again, we have different nuances within our morals and our moral compass and our integrity. But ultimately, if they said all three of these brothers that are up here on this panel right now, plus that's in the chat, they all have the same leadership model. So no matter who I go to, I know I can't go to Ira and try to tell Ira that Rush has a better leadership model than him, because Rush's leadership model is the same as Ira's leadership model, and both of those brothers are the same as Conrad. And so the three of them are not three individual entities. They together are a conglomerate because you can't get over one without seeing the other. Rush, what do you think about that?
Yes.
I kind of feel you on that, nah, man. But both 50 and Meeks, they morals come from the curb. You know what I mean? So there's certain street ethics that street niggas hold. You know what I mean? And for example, like if you come from an aggressive environment like Fifth or Meeks, like you're guilty by association. So if I got a problem with somebody, you know what I mean, and you chilling with that person, then we all got a problem. That we gonna come for you too. That's just how it works. From you know what I mean, with street ethics. You know what I mean.
That's facts, and I mean, I again, as the name says it, I don't want to drag it out all and all the time, but I've learned that I have to be real from where I come from. I'm a pastor's grandson. You get what I'm saying? And I remember when I was younger, always feeling like I had to go to church, not understanding what the benefit to church was or the exposing to a relationship with God. Right? For me not having that and itemizing and idolizing what I saw on 106 in Park, not understanding the reality of how these brothers live to even get there and the real truth behind their words, whether it's manicured through mainstream media or it's the underground raw rap tape. I got enamored with that. And so when I moved out and got introduced to that, I had to very quickly, it took me a solid year to admit to myself that I don't belong in this jungle called the streets. And within that year, when I tell you, I saw the worst side of everything that I could possibly see, short of being shot at myself. The only thing I never experienced, I never had to go to the hospital. I never had to go to the hospital because I was shot or stabbed. I never had to shoot or stab anybody. But when I say marginally, I was in many different situations where I was caught up and that could have happened to me. And when they say, yeah, it's just literally by the hair of your chinny chin chin that I got out, it was literally that. And I had to admit to myself that I'm not built for this, not mentally, not emotionally. I don't have enough callousness in me to live out here and say, for the streets I live, for the streets I die, because that's not ingrained in me. And I don't want to learn it. I want to use it. Right.
That was
and
admirable to look at that, to make that big picture, make that big look. Take that big look at yourself.
Yeah, but okay, and this is what we're talking about, or I mean, I guess this is something that I'm trying to bring out in this topic tonight, right? Because when I tell you guys, I lost money, I lost jobs, I lost apartments, I lost friends, I lost time. Out of all those 5, the biggest one I lost was time.
Can't get it back.
And I can't get it back because I'm operating in a lane that I don't fit in. It's not, and the lane doesn't fit me. It doesn't mean that the lane doesn't exist. Right? Yeah, I can say I don't have a record. Yeah, I can say I don't have any charges, but I have to admit I've been to jail. I have to admit that I'm by the grace of God, I'm lucky that I had enough lawyer knowledge to defend myself and make the case go away before the court case was due.
Wow, you had a legal aid? Or
no, I didn't even have legal aid. Okay, story time.
Not to get all in your business.
No. We real over here. We real over here. Think about this.
To get out of it, I'm like, okay.
This is business. This is what we talking about. If I can't be real with you guys about who Conrad is and who the real platform is, if you all brought me on your platform And everybody looking at, who's this guy? Oh, no, we know him. We don't got to guess. We know him. So I'm going to give you guys, I think it was summer of 2006. I'm living, I'll probably say behind one of the most notorious areas in Toronto, Canada. And I'm lodging with a cat who's a DJ. And this brother kind of have a complex because I've never seen a DJ that can't pull women. I've never seen a DJ that can't pull women. And so there was a couple times he would be, we come back to the spot after the club and he's disrespecting the mandem because he doesn't have a girl to do his thing with. So he's starting to disrespect the mandem in front of the mandem and the other girl. So I pull him aside and say, yo, dude, you can talk to them like that, but you can't talk to me like that. You feel me? If you didn't want the mandem to come back to your spot, you should have told the mandem from when we were at the club, every man's got to go his own way. But
just like this,
as
right?
the
establishment, right?
Yeah. But as the DJ, you're supposed to pull the woman. So the mere fact that you don't got no women, that's your problem. You should have had one woman on the left and one woman on the right as you're spinning. Another woman should have came and been bringing you drinks. That's how I pictured this in my mind. And it didn't go that way at all. And I'm surprised. And now you want to get mad at 3:00 in the morning and start yelling and cussing and carrying on?
Too late.
I'm like, bro, don't do that. Or me and you are going to have a problem. 6 months later, same thing. He does it again. I lost it. So that night he goes, all right, you know what? You gotta find another place to live. And like, I was just like, okay, all right. That's what you think you're going to do to me, man. So I'm sitting there and truth be told, I didn't have nowhere to go.
Damn.
I have my duffel bag and it's summertime. And if any brother's ever been homeless or got you had to make a move and stand on your own 2 feet and not let nobody try to punk you, but you don't have what you need, the heat just got hotter.
Yes, indeed. Well, at least it wasn't winter time in Canada, right? In Toronto.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
But still, the fact this is the wrong time for all this. What's going on?
Yo, I got so heated that night. I doubled back to the house and I was pissed. I rinsed him. Now, when I rinsed him, I said, look, I know the code of the streets. There's no snitching. You're supposed to go call your mans and your mans are supposed to come looking for me, or you're supposed to reach out to me saying, yo, dude, I know it was you. Bring back whatever, or it's going to be on. That's what I expected. I didn't take into account the fact that when I rinsed him, the girl that he tried to punk us all for, her laptop was there that her brother bought. So now he's got to call the police about it. Police get involved. Warrant goes out. Blah, blah, blah. When I went through that whole situation, I was so heated that as I was being interrogated by the detective, and I seen this, and this is where I begin to realize that no matter what we do as black men, somebody will always look to pin us against each other. Everybody in the chat, everybody stay on code right now. Okay? It doesn't matter what institution it is, right or wrong, they will always look to pin black man against black man to the detriment of black man so that another man can look good.
Yes.
I went to the detective. I said, yo, who called the cops? Now, we all know police is not supposed to flip over that case file and put it in front of your face. The detective flipped over the case file with the victim's name on it and put it in my face. And when I looked at it, I read it. And I said, oh, okay. Now, mentally, I'm on street mode. I have left church boy and I'm full guerrilla warfare. The cop, I lift up my head. The cop is looking at me and he's smiling. And I had to catch myself. I'm in the midst of a bad situation. I'm in handcuffs. I'm at the police station and I still have to have enough awareness to know when somebody's setting me up for a bigger hole. I look up, the cop is sitting there smiling at me. I said, "Oh," I'm like, "Why did you even show me that?" I'm like, "You're a detective. You're not supposed to show me that." I'm like, "What, you thought you're going to let me out and this black man is going to go kill another black man so you can get a better case?" He literally looks at me and goes, and smiles on his face. And I said, "Wow, it's not enough that you took my dignity because I had to do this, the cough. Y'all search my clothes. Y'all know I'm in here. Y'all know I don't want to be here. Y'all clearly can see that I'm not even built for this type of life. And this is what you're trying to do." I went through that weekend, only time I've ever been in jail in my life. And when I came out, I could understand why 50 acted the way he acts. And I ain't never been shot at. So I say all of that to say that when I came out and I moved back home with my grandmother now, and I understand who I am, I don't got to fake it. I'm a church boy, true and true, through and through. That's me. And I'm going to stay in my lane proudly, though. When my grandmother went to the courthouse with me, I dealt with the case before I even moved back to her house, because Jamaican household, hey, they tell you straight. Mina send you go off street, go get fine cops and fine gun, so nobody bring it back to my house. I said that's how my grandmother would talk. So I'd be like, all right, I know I can't tell her you got to pay for my lawyer and none of this. I got to beat this case before I move back home. And sure enough, I did. So much so that I went through a full year, not even remember about the court case. My grandmother woke up one weekend. She said, "Yo, you got court this weekend on Monday?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Okay, we're gonna go early, and then after she didn't even have no doubt that it was gonna end. She said, we're gonna go and get some food after." We get to the courthouse, and the prosecutor team and 5 people deep. I'm looking at them like, and they're grilling me hard. Duty counsel comes to me and says, "Do you have a lawyer?" I said, "No." I'm like, "Why? What's wrong?" They're like, "Oh, they can't find the witnesses." I'm like, "Why not? They the police. They're supposed to know where everybody is, have everybody sequestered and, ready to go." I'm like, I totally forgot that I dealt with the case a year in advance.
Right.
They came. You get what I'm saying? They came to me and they said, "You don't even got to come in the courthouse. Just they dismissing everything and dropping everything. There's no case for them." I said, "Cool." All right, cool. Me and my grandmother went to lunch. In the middle of me eating lunch, it now comes to me. A full 2 hours later, me and my grandma's laughing and talking about going shopping and suits, and it comes back to me that the case got dealt with a year later. My grandmother goes, "You just remembering that now?" I said, "Yeah, Grandma, because I know I couldn't move back home and have this case pending because you wasn't paying for my lawyer." She's like, "Oh, at least you know." So at least you know. So even with dealing with family, there's a level of business there's a level of code of business that we got to be on, because family loves you, but family's not going to always continue to take L's just because you wanted to be somewhere that you don't fit or that you didn't do your research on. End of story.
I feel like Meech, when he took that picture, he already knew what he was getting himself into, you know what I mean? Because he cut for the same cloth as Fifth, so he knew what it was. Whatever bond he's in, he took that business deal with Ross to, I guess, make some funds, you know what I mean? Whatever bond he's in now, like, I guess he had no choice but to do that, because he got a family feed too. So
hey, no disrespect.
I'm not condoning him something with Ross like that. He should have, knew better, but it is what it is.
Hey, and no disrespect to Ross, but we got to remember who he is. That man is not born gangster, even though he's been around gangster systems. That man's born correctional officer, and he knows cop tactics. So again, I got my thinking cap on. What is it about Big Meech that you of all people had to go do a business deal with him. Jay-Z didn't do a business deal with him. Well, Diddy can't, but nobody from Diddy's camp, nobody from whoever's left from Suge Knight's camp, Snoop Dogg didn't reach out to him. Nobody didn't reach out to him but you, bro. So now I'm thinking, what connection do you have from your old life that was valuable enough to sever the relationship? Because Ross knew what he was doing. Even if Big Meech didn't know what he was doing, because he's looking at it like, okay, 50 gave us the 5 mil, but now we down to 1 mil, and we can take 500K and flip that and make it into something.
So you saying Rick Ross knew taking this picture was going to be bad for the business deal between BMF and 50?
Yeah, and didn't care.
Treacherous.
You get what I'm saying?
He must got a bag for him on the other end then.
He must have a bag, but is he going to give it up easily? This is the thing you got to see. When people are playing chess with you and they're trying to use you as the pawn, Big Meech is not Big Meech anymore. This is what I'm saying. There's too many things. There's too many things hanging over Big Meech's head.
I'm looking at Fifth. You know, Fifth, if he's doing the BMF thing, I heard he put the little boy in acting school to act and do and be in his movies and in his features like that, and it was gonna really pop off with the BMF dude.
Yep.
So
because if you go back and
you have to be lucrative for him to mess with you too. Like, you know what I mean? What was it for him to mess with BMF like that? So I guess
that's facts.
You know what I'm saying? So.
But that's facts. But you look at it like this, right? I've invested this money into you. I've invested skill, talent, and time into you. Because if you remember when Fifth announced that he was going to do the BMF movie and the BMF show, there was Blue Da Vinci, and there was a couple other of Meech's right hand, like close right hand mans that and his wife that had the rights to BMF that 50 never got clearance from.
I don't think it's his wife. It's his attorney, Tammy. She owns the power of attorney of the BMF Big Meech household name. Because you got to understand, Fifth, he turned that brand into a household name. So it's just by him affiliating yourself with Ross is just not a wise decision, because 50 turned your whole brand into a household name. Wow. And you know, if it wasn't for that, you would have came home. Everybody would have forgot about you. I mean,
Yep, that's key right there. That's real.
Yep.
Wow. So the loyalty needed to be even more up. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm the key to your whole thing right now. So it's like, you know, I'm putting you in classes. I'm about to blow your whole situation up. Gave y'all $5 million, whatever the case may be. So I see it from both ways.
Keep this as a thought in your guys' mind as we go forward, because we want to blast through the rest of this and get on to the main courses. But what is it about? As much as 50 did what he did for Lil Meech and Big Meech, right? There was a weakness somewhere that was able to be exploited. There's something that 50 didn't do for Meech that Ross was able to exploit. And then Meech's situation by itself is exploitable. You get what I'm saying? Because again, you should not get out as easily as you did. Like somebody could say, yo, dude, like we're talking about 20 years from the early 2000s. Right? But we know what happened to Larry Davis. So when we consider the two, and we can honestly, if transparently, I've done my homework on documentaries, I've gone through everything that I can get my hands on. BMF was, as much as the Gangsta Disciples are what they are today, they weren't able to be mainstream like BMF was. When you have a billboard, the world is mine, and the attorneys go on documentaries to admit that we are mad at this and we can't do anything about it. The GDs, you can always do something with them because they're inner city and they're inner cities. BMF said the world is mine. to the degree where when they took them down, there was a limo that still had over X amount of millions of dollars in it, and the feds didn't know. They found it by accident. So if that doesn't breathe a sign of mystery, for those who, and I'm not trying to give you a conspiracy theory, all I'm saying is if you play chess long enough, you can see the pieces on the board and you can build a story based on how the board is moved on where it is. That's all I'm saying about that.
Right. That's real.
I don't got a long one for this. It's just weird. I don't know who got in this girl's agent's ear, and it's just my opinion. I don't know who got in her ear talking about they loved her crip walking and they wanted to get her crip walking and it was for the culture. I don't know how y'all feel about that. That's just a hot mess. It's a hot mess. It's a hot mess. And that is not the culture. That is not culture. What y'all have to say about that?
I don't really know what to say about that situation. It was just a spectacle. But what you got to say, Rush? Rush, you there?
Rush, you got what you got on that?
As far as what? I couldn't
was
really
this for the culture? Was it a ploy?
Oh, this right. Oh, this right
walking.
here with Shorty.
Yeah, Serena Williams.
Like, what do you make of that? Like, what do you make of that?
I'm looking at her bleached skin. That's a different topic, though, man. You know what I mean? Like,
Drop the ball
I can't. I can't. I'm done. I ain't got nothing more to like. I'm sorely displeased with this person for so many different reasons. I'm gonna leave her alone. There's another just quick pass me by. Like, I know God is good all the time, but life sometimes is sure throw some bricks at you, man. Tell you both. Hey, ladies, if you're watching this, okay. All right, now my mic might be a little bit too loud because I know I got some boosters on over here. Let me just prop these guys up a little bit more. Man, I don't know what to like. This one was just I'm just doing this for fun. Y'all see it, bruh, with eyes behind clouds. I ain't got nothing to say.
Oh, good.
I ain't got nothing. Ladies, Botox and plastic surgery don't do it forever, okay? If there's any young women that'll watch this live stream, if there's a father and you need some help getting this message relayed to your daughter or your niece, or your sister, or your brother's daughter, or your sister's daughter, or some girls in the neighborhood, just show them this picture. OnlyFans, stripping, selling box. Yeah. Even Jesus told the woman at the well, hey, yo, leave the man. That's not your husband. Go thy way and sin no more. Somebody should have really gotten to her ear. She needed God to come down and meet with her personally. And I feel like God was giving her some examples and she didn't want to listen. And this is what she's dealing with now. So kudos to her for that tattoo still being on her forehead. I don't know who that is for. But ladies, when you act like a Delilah and a Jezebel, this is what you're going to look like at the end of your day. Shout out and salute to everybody that has made this channel so far what it is. We've crossed over 9,000 views so far. And within the last month, there's been a lot of work, but there's also been a lot of support. And this channel, where it's going and where it is now, wouldn't be what it is without you all. Rush, you're a part of this. Era, you're a part of this. Stan, you're a part of this. 12th Street, you're a part of this. Alexa, if you're still in the building, you're a part of this. M3, you're a part of this. Righteous Hustle Life, you are a part of this. All of you have been integral in building this platform up, and we say thank you. Thank you with our whole heart, not from the bottom of our heart, not from the side, with our whole heart. We really appreciate you. Divine Grace, brother. I know you're not here, but when you see this, God bless you. Thank you for building this up, and we hope to help to impact what you guys are doing on your side just as much, if not more.
Appreciate you.
Much love, brothers. Denzel Washington said this, and it's gonna be running for one more week. We got it. Words of wisdom from Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington used to advise up-and-coming actors not to stay at Hollywood parties for too long and to leave 30 minutes before the devil got there. That devil, we're not talking about literally spiky horns, a red suit, or in a pitchfork. We are talking about the vices that are able to bring you into a cesspool that you will not readily be able to find your way out of. Brothers, do we add? Do we take away?
That's
Rush,
real.
you got anything to add?
That was real good advice. I mean, that was
Well,
solid.
I mean, yeah, I
you
mean,
see something to know something.
well, I mean, the thing I got to say about this, everybody know what goes down in Hollywood, I mean, so I guess it's a clear warning. You don't take them, you know what I mean, them rituals, you know what I mean, there's a price that come with it, so leave in 30 minutes, you heard?
Leaving 30 minutes before the rituals start. Better get out of there. Era though, but like, you know what I mean? Like, think I don't know if you guys saw the clipping on it, right? But there was a clip that went back. Somebody had interviewed Denzel and they said, "Why did you say this?" And they went back in time to one of Diddy's parties. And it was just shortly after, and just to put this in context of time and year, it was shortly after he had filmed Training Day, and he was still like wearing the same haircut, dressing in the same style, right? So they recorded, they said it was about like 12 o'clock. And as people are now, other celebrities are showing up and the party's starting to swell because we get into the first set of the after party. They said Denzel, whatever happened inside, pissed Denzel Washington off so much that he left there in the same manner that he was like, they said he literally turned into Training Day and cut out of there like he was going to hurt somebody.
Putting cases on all you bitch. Pelican Bay for all of them.
You know what I mean? And the car, like down to the car that he was driving, the shirt he had on must have been straight from the movie, because I saw the clip. I saw the clip of it, and it's quick. It's about 35 seconds, but yeah, he wasn't joking. Goatee and all. Goatee, waves, everything, black shirt. All he was missing was the double barrel holster. That's all he was missing. That's all he was missing. For the ladies, you know what we got to say, and we're going to keep this all year as a reminder. Ladies, loving yourself is more than status, excellent physical pulchritude. Just because you go to the gym or get a waist trainer or drink some creatine or that weight loss tea, and maybe you invested in a BBL and you don't want nobody to know. You got your nose done, you don't want nobody to know, and sexual prowess. You got to dump off the fake friends, the bad relationships, the fake love, the liars, and the drama. And you see all them phones there, you might want to get rid of all those social media influences, because we need y'all ladies in 2025 to be what God intended you to be. And we got a whole episode coming for you for that, so we're not going to take too much time on that. And that brings us to the end of the One Hitter Quitter. And so now, with the time we have left, we're going to get into the main courses. Again, salute to everybody that's in the building, 12th Street. We appreciate you showing love. Well, let's see what Stan said. Instead of always turning up, let's make it culture to turn down. Well, you know what, Stan? I'll say this, and brothers, I'll turn it to you as we get into these next two videos to kind of react to them. I like what LeBron James said to Luka Doncic when he joined the Lakers. He said, "Don't try to fit in, fit out." I don't, and this is what I had to learn. The tools and the abilities that I come with, I don't need to throw those away to be Rush or to try and be Rush or to try and be Era, because there's certain things about Rush that make him him. And I don't know if I'm built to take that. So I don't need to try. I might die trying to duplicate who Rush is, because that's not for me. And so we got to stop. We got to turn down, in my opinion, what I'm gathering from what Stan put out is I got to turn down that noise. Let me turn down the noise and turn up some substance.
That's
what
real.
y'all think about that?
That's real. That's just real in a nutshell. Turn up the substance.
Yep.
I definitely could dig that. And I mean, definitely due to the culture that we have somewhat of influence within our demographic, we tend to normalize. I don't want to say bad behavior, but bad habits and all that. You know what I mean? For conversation's sake, So I definitely could dig what Stan is saying, man. Definitely, you know what I mean? Like hopefully one day our culture will, you know what I mean, turn it down and be more reserved on certain things. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. And I'll throw something up before. Well, this is kind of leading into everything, right? But I really believe that the marketing companies of, music record companies, publishing companies, media companies at large, they don't want Black people as a whole to operate based on substance. They want us to operate based on feeling.
I could agree.
Because
go
ahead, Rush.
There is an incentive to push out certain things that things to influence us to move in a negative light. For example, a lot of these labels, they got shares in private prisons, so it's not a coincidence that they own shares of private prisons and they're pushing this murder music out here. You know what I mean? So there is an incentive to push out that negative influence towards our demographic. You know what I mean?
Right.
Another example, you know what I mean, when it comes to the urban schools in the inner cities, that's literally a prison pipeline. You know what I mean? And I mean, everything plays its role to have a certain demographic of people to hit the prisons, because it's free labor, man, and you can always profit off free labor.
No, that's facts. Eric, what you think, man?
I agree. First of all, yeah, I mean, like when he said, like prison pipeline, like a lot of the music is from the male side of it. It's a lot of gang culture, drill music and gang culture music. And it just helps us just to murder ourselves and wind up in prison. And so the elevation, it has to be something more. I agree. Like they use us, and more substance is needed or alternatives, because it, like I agree with that. It's a prison pipeline. It's a prison pipeline. And,
For sure. No, for sure. Cut Flower said, I've got faith in the brothers. You can turn it around. Thank you for that. And you know what? This is what I want, right? You see this here? I heard this tonight at a women's conference. Be the co-creator of your own future. God is the creator. I want this space to rewrite how women interact with brothers. All the ladies in this, we gonna go on because we got to address this and get it out in the ethos so people can sit and stew on it. But what we're building right here, the ladies that come through this platform, whether they come on the panel, and I hope y'all know you can come on the panel, or you're in the chat, we're gonna change the way women, our women specifically, interact with brothers. Point blank, period. But that's we don't have all the time in the world to take up that. Yo, I want to put this out. Anton Daniels was on the Hardly Initiated podcast, I believe maybe a few weeks or maybe over 3 weeks ago now, and was having a conversation direct one-to-one with a new panderer. Well, to me, he's a new panderer. Call him a pander bear. Mr. Yada Awakening. Known for sisters, if the brother comes up to you and you know, he wants to even talk to you, he needs to give you $50,000 a year. Man, I ain't never listened to that. Yeah.
Well, pandering, the way I look at it, pandering is lucrative, you know.
Well, him, Derek Jackson, Ace Metaphor, like, I mean, pick your poison, but I want ladies, I want y'all to think about this, right? Because this is also something that, and I'm going to say this in an authoritative matter. If you think black men are leaders, then we three black men, and the ones that are in the chat, we're going to talk about this, but I'm going to put this out there. You can't be over here eating substance and taking in Derek Jackson, Yada Awakening, Ace Metaphor, or any pander bear that's going to tell you that it is optimal for you to pimp a man and then expect him to be able to have the fortitude to not be angry and want to pimp you back. Even the Bible says devil can't cast out devil. Take it for what you want it. So ladies, you come over here, you're gonna have to come up some. You're gonna have to be honest. If you want an experience and you wanna be a stay-at-home wife, don't ask for a provider. Say, hey, I want an experience. Because then people know how to deal with you based on what you want. Because they also understand that you're saying, I might or might not give anything back to you. Ain't nothing wrong with being real, because then you give people the optimal choice to say, hey, I ain't gonna buy what you giving. But I'm not gonna sit here and pander to you. Rush don't pander at all. You know what I'm saying? He don't pander. He's not a panderer. Era is not a panderer. And I ain't got that much patience to try and pander. Listen, I ain't never been the hottest guy in school, the workplace, or anywhere else, and I'm fully married. I've been with my woman for 12 years. We've been married for, I think it's 7 years going on this year. Like, I don't even pander to my wife, and I love her. So if I ain't gonna pander to my wife, I'm definitely not gonna pander to y'all on here. And none of these brothers gonna pander to you, so don't look for it over here. Mm-hmm. Let's get into this video. Anton Daniels basically challenged him, and as Yada Awakening was trying to go into his whole speech,
spirituality. I'm talking
into his whole speech. Anton Daniels had to correct him, and I want you guys to hear what Anton has to say. If you can, as we go, look at Yada Awakening and look at his frame. And I wish I had, if I find the full video, I'll post it on the repost of this episode. But when he's going through, he literally goes from yelling at Anton and basically, I mean, putting his chest up over the table to shrinking. Look how Anton deals with him. But listen to the words, but look at Yada's his frame.
See, these are the questions that he can't answer for you, because the only thing he talks about is pandering. I'm talking about context. I'm talking about substance. I'm talking about spirituality. I'm talking about praying together. I'm talking about building. You're supposed to get married when you're young because it prevents you from sinning and finding yourself with all of these bodies and these soul ties that ultimately carry with you for the rest of your life. And then you start to see every single man, and you can't take it out of your memory with the person that you wind up being with. Most women have skipped over the man that they're supposed to be with because they didn't have the guidance, because they didn't have the spirituality. They don't know the word of God. And so it's easy to just say, oh yeah, just provide 100%. What happens when life happens and you 22, 23, 24 years old and you get married? The economy messed everybody up. Everybody that thought that they had it, guess what? You got a plan, and then God has a plan. What happened to the character? Why you don't talk about character?
Hold on, and Anton,
why he don't? No, hold on. Why he don't talk about character? Because what I teach my daughter, I'm a reflection of the man that I would want my daughter to marry. I don't tell my daughter to go and look for a guy to provide for her. I tell my daughter to go and look for a guy that's believing in God, that has good character, that actually worships and looks for and focuses on his purpose, because everything else falls in line. The money is gonna come. We so busy chasing money. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything else will be added unto you. You don't have to chase money. You don't have to look to women to provide for them, because if you're naturally that, if you're raised up in the admonition of your father, which is what God has ordained for you to do, you don't have to worry about that. That's naturally in you. And so, yes, absolutely, she should be purposeful. And her purpose at that time could be raising the children, depending on if y'all got children. Her purpose at that time could be out there and bringing in resources, because she's learning a new skill that can then translate into the company that y'all build together. It's a lot of nuance and a lot of context, but I hate it when people pander to women because they leading y'all astray. And it sounds like I'm a harsh father. It sounds like it's a difficult situation. It sounds like you're just supposed to be giving everything. But if that's the case, then why are we as a society, why are we as a people, as black people in particular, so far behind, and we further behind than we ever been, even though we the freest and we have the opportunity to choose for ourselves? This isn't God. Ain't none of this what he talking about God right now. And
So basically what he's getting at him is he's getting at the fact that he's using a frame of a message, dressing it up as a way, mainly not even to encourage women to be in the role that God created them to be, because that comes with a level of authority. And ladies, we're not going to break that down tonight. But he's saying to his chest, dude, you're taking all this time to get women to empty out their pockets, but you're not teaching them anything of substance. You're not teaching them how to be better mothers, better daughters, better wives, better sisters. What do you, with Era, I'll start with you. With what you see in the manosphere, have we allowed a level of talking as almost, and I choose to use this word, it's almost two-faced? Have we allowed certain talking points to go there? Because, let's start there.
Have we allowed certain talking points to go?
Certain talking points to go out in the manosphere, and dare I say, corrupt the minds of the women?
Well, it's interesting. Because when I'm thinking about the manosphere, I'm thinking about guys talking to guys.
Okay.
That's first and foremost, guys trading information with guys. I think a lot of it is based on like the Matrix and the red pill, blue pill philosophies.
Right.
You have other colors of pills and guys, that resonate with that ideology under those names of the pill. And so I don't even know if everything was geared towards women. Of course, as men, we're gonna talk about women, sex and relationships, as our main thing and focus, as well as money, politics, and other things, everything encompassing in life.
Right.
So two-faced. I don't know. My thing is,
maybe say double-sided. Two-faced. Now that you say it back, I was just like, okay, maybe that was a little bit hyperbolic.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Double-sided. Well, I think women can pick up the wrong messages, or like, you know what I'm saying? Women can hear certain things, hear the rhetoric, and pick up the wrong messages and run with it. Know what I mean? And so I don't think it was never geared towards women to to be following as much as it is about a manosphere for men to understand life, women, and things of that nature. So that's my take on the manosphere in particular. But it can go off into rhetoric of bashing and very strong opinions and views about the world, how they want to see it, burn down the community. It's a lot of different rhetorics spewed in there, and it doesn't encompass every man, you know what I'm saying, just a particular type of guy and his rhetoric and what he wants to see for the future, what he wants to see from women and things like that. So I think women can pick up on that and get the wrong messages, or you know what I mean, or run with a narrative that's not fully understood.
Right. Okay. I agree to that. Rush, what do you think? Have we given a message that is maybe can be taken double-sided to the women and give them the wrong connotation? Or, and I'm gonna add on to this, and I'm gonna come back to you with this because I didn't throw this at you, but it kind of just hit my head. Or are we not giving a clear directive to other men who are watching our platforms within the manosphere? Rush, what do you think?
Well, there's many different layers to the manosphere. You have Midtown, which is an acronym that means men going on it, men
Go
that
their own.
that go their own way. I'm butchering it. And
No,
you
go ahead, man. You good.
You got the purple pill, which you're probably trying to expound on. The purple pill is the guys that hold on to red pill ideology, but they still believe on dealing with women because it's considered to be the purple pill, because they still believe in having some sort of type of relationship. But Midtown, they're kind of extreme with it. They don't want to deal with women at all because they feel like they just mess up everything. You know what I mean? And yeah, it could be I wouldn't say double-sided. It's just that to me, red pill ideology is sucker-free content, which I put out, staying sucker-free, because everybody know I'm real big on staying sucker-free, man. Know what I mean? You have to be able to read between the lines when you're dealing with certain women, and you got to understand that women are hypergamous by nature. If they see a better option, trust me, that nigga gonna crack. Word of my meds. Nobody's safe, man. This can happen to anybody if you're not on top of your game. When you know what I mean? When you take the role or the mantle, quote unquote, to wife up a female. Know what I mean? So yeah, there could be some of those layers can have a little bit of friction between different ideologies and mental thoughts, because you know what I mean, some do believe that they can still conjure up a productive relationship with a female. You know what I mean?
I hear you, and I agree. I didn't really think about it on even to the layers, because like, I mean, after red, like again, I had to assess working with my team behind the scenes. I had to kind of assess what my message was. Was I going to add into the manosphere, or do I even what I believe is constructed as the manosphere outside of being a man by gender? Do I fit in this? I'm always asking myself that, to be transparent, because I don't want to come in and destroy what brothers are building if it's constructed well. But at the same time, I'm not perfect, so I'm not going to come in and say, well, you guys are off base and I have all the answers, because I truly, and I'll expose a little bit more about myself, but I don't have the answers. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to do over here, specifically, first, this space over here being a self-improvement space for men, geared towards men, especially young men from the ages of 13 up. I'm trying to say, hey, here's how you're going to have the best experiences in life by mitigating risk. And as Rush said, yeah, that is understanding how you're going to have to deal with certain women. Now, my thing is, individually, is you got to pick and choose which areas and which atmospheres you're going to deal with. And it doesn't matter if it's church, the office, school, athletic arenas, whatever, music, wherever you are, you've got to know yourself as a man before dealing with them.
That's the key
Era,
thing
before I
to me.
pass it, Rush, go ahead. Era, I'm gonna pass it to you next.
Yeah, if dudes is watching right now, red pill content is not based on women. It's based on the harsh reality of life. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm saying that's because a lot of people have a misconception that red pill ideology is based on women. Nah, it's a part of the ideology, but it's not the main base.
It's not the main thing. No, 100%, 100%. And it's definitely a nuance that we have to navigate as men, right? Era, I'm gonna go to you based on what I was saying in terms of the messaging, even for the layers of friction, or the layers that can cause friction, as Rush was saying to. Is there a place where we can, I don't know if I want to say have a message for the women, but speak to them as well? I don't know how I want to phrase that. Because again, here's what I want to get at before we even address that. When we're dealing with men, have we had to this point, because the manosphere has been going on, now that I'm understanding the history of it, has been going on for a while, right? Like you said, you've been in the space since 2014. And I'm coming to find out, based on the history of it, that a little bit either before that or right around that time, that year is really like the kickoff and the inception of it. Have we clearly defined a message that can build the full man in terms of dealing with the harshness of reality, which includes the nuances of navigating women? Rush, I'm gonna come back to you. I'm gonna come back to you on that. Era, go ahead.
I think we can. Just looking at the manosphere, and like even the way I spell manosphere for my name, I say, if you can see it, it says black man is fear. You know what I mean? So certain ideologies and things that they have, I don't carry, you know what I'm saying? I don't share every man's view and opinion. And as far as messenger, so my point in that is that I want to have kind of like, I need to have my own lane, or sort of kind of a lane, even within it, outside of it, but within it. You know what I mean? So my messaging would be, marriage and things like that. I think as adults, the end game for everybody is marriage and a family. So we have the laws over us. You know what I mean? So guys are concerned about marrying a woman and then maybe losing things, or whatever comes with that. So there's a lot of aspects that we deal with. But as far as a messaging towards the women, I mean, we pretty much, for men in general, we pretty much preach marriage and family. Women are going in another direction of, that's why you can get the yada, you know what I mean, and Shiva sevens, and people talking about get the man, get him for his money, and you know what I'm saying, and people lend into that, and women agreeing. So as far as just an overall messaging for women, I mean, it's man has already stayed on par with marriage and family.
Right.
So that's the key message to women. Hey, you know what I mean? Love, family, marriage, one man, one woman, and so I think that would be the message. But we could be more like forthcoming and actually preach it and put it out there. We could do better jobs of that, and trying to bring together women into a fold. And hey, this is a good crop of men to pick from.
Yo, we got a brother in the back. I'm gonna hit that doorbell again for all the guests that coming in. He had to deal with some business, but we've got the Mr. the one, the only, the sophisticated jerk coming out of the DMV area. Put your hands together for my boy.
What's good, everybody? What's good, Conrad Rush? My man, Arab Black.
Peace.
Salute, brother. How you doing, man? How was the day for you?
Man, doing good, man. Nah, it's a good conversation, man. I've been listening in and stuff, so.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I don't want to, because my initial thought, especially getting to the topic and kind of where we are, right? So my last question, and Rush, I didn't forget about you, so I know you're going to jump in just now. But we're talking about main topic: can the black man change their narrative? So we're kind of getting into that. We already kind of watched a video with Anton Daniels, kind of dealing with Yada Awakening, Mr. King Panda Bear.
Original simp. Yada.
Listen, I don't support. I'm gonna tell you guys the truth right now. Right, I love my wife, and this is what I mean by integrity. Right, so like, man, I'm an average guy, right? That has literally climbed the ladder every year. And I'm at a point right now, individually within my marriage and within black statistics, where I'm starting to come out of the average category. And I'm getting into that 20 to 15%. And I say that based on the fact that I looked at my wife 5 years ago and I said, yo, get ready. Because by the time you hit this age, I got to retire you early. You're not built for the road. Right? And so looking at the real and the platform over here, as it is a men's self-improvement podcast, for whether you're older, younger, especially looking at young guys who are 13 before they've even encountered any of the nuances that we talk about within Red Pill, the manosphere, or just navigating the realities of life overall. It's how to mitigate risk. How to mitigate risk. You're going to have to learn. You might not like it, but you're going to have to learn the realities and the harshness of life. And yes, how women can deal with you. And you got to mitigate that from early, because you don't really, as men, I really believe this, we don't have a lot of time to build the life we want if we're not intentional.
True.
And so when I look at the manosphere and what we're doing, I legitimately, I feel like there's too much infighting, and that can provide us almost a step back, or like we're stuck in the mud with getting where we need to be as a community, and especially as changing the narrative, especially for black men, in the eyes of not just women but the world, on, are we leaders? Can we be leaders? And do we sustain and maintain true masculine leadership? So that's kind of where this thought is coming from and going to, at least for tonight. So before I get you in, Jerk, Rush, tap in, because I know you had a point to make earlier.
Yeah, I pretty much just wanted to say, like, the Red Pill movement, it's basically something that could prepare a young man to stay sucker free when dealing in the real world, from buying a crib, dealing with his 9 to 5, or having a business and dealing with sharks when you're swimming in that big ass sea. That's all. I just wanted to implement with this in this conversation. You heard?
Oh, facts. Jerk, go ahead.
Yeah, I think honestly, man, I think the space is good. I mean, you're gonna have different opinions, different points of views, and like you said, there's gonna be some infighting. But I think as men, that's good. That means we're challenging each other, because I don't think nobody got to hold on life. So even with myself, I always tell people, I'm like, man, look, take what you can from me, man. But hey, go over, listen to Rush, go listen to Conrad, go listen to Era. Because it's like, man, you're going to need like multiple things throughout your life and stuff. And nobody, like I said, has that lock on like knowledge. So I think sometimes, that's where some of the issues could happen. Because I think people want to be the face of like this movement, and they want to kind of like keep people there. So, I mean, I think that would be an indicator if somebody's on the outside looking in, and somebody just wants to keep you in their space and they're trying to prevent you from going other places and they don't refer you to other people, then that might be the issue. But no, I think overall, I think like I give pushback on certain things and stuff like that. But overall, I think people are trying to be genuine. You know, there are some, I'll say, fraudulent people in some spaces and stuff, but overall, I think people just trying to share information. And like I said, we can all dialogue kind of like we're doing now, man. I go and support Rush and, you know, we have our back and forths and stuff. But, you know, a lot of times, you know, I'll sit down, I'm like, shit, you know what? I ain't think about it like that way. Cause I remember I first came in, I was hot on Red Pill, but, you know, listening to, you know, some dudes, they're like, hey, man, there's a lot of guys out here, you know, you got to look at it different from yourself, because they're like, some guys are struggling, man. So I think a lot of times we might not put ourselves in other people's shoes. So shit, I had to kind of take a step back and be like, damn, okay, man, like let me let them have their conversation. I don't need to be in every conversation. You know, I got to throw shots and, you know, beat people over the head because I might not need that message. So yeah, that's why I think people got to understand it's like different phases in life for different people. So some people might be at that front phase where you might have been the dude that was like popular, has some charisma, charm and stuff. So you had a whole totally different interaction in like high school and stuff. So yeah, no, I had to learn myself, man. So now I sit back, I'm like, okay, man, I don't need to be in every conversation and this ain't for me right here, man. I gotta let them have that and maybe they could progress and get over there in the lane I'm at, you know, and then we'll have a different type of interaction over there. So now I think it's a great space, man. Sorry, I was rambling a little bit.
No. You good. You good. We you good. And the reason why, Era, I'm gonna come to you next. The reason why I ask these questions, one, because I'm still learning about the space, really and truly, right? I'm trying to make connections, but I'm intentional on making the right connections. And like Jerk just said, not every space, not every conversation I realize I need to be in, right? Or my voice doesn't need to be heard. I realize, and I would believe that I've grown a little bit, and to why I'm able to even be at this place where I'm speaking with you gentlemen now and you brothers now. And my focus individually for the real is to contribute to the manosphere if I can, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because
I think you're doing it right now. I just think, man, we don't gotta, you know, have that Jesus complex, because you know, I think all of us have a little bit of it where it's like, man, oh man, how can I fit in? How can I reach the masses? It's like, man, look, we just link up, we drop some gems, man, we leave it at that. And I think that's how it'll start impacting people. You start drawing people in, we'll start collabing with everybody, and you know, that's how it gets bigger. So yeah, I think sometimes we want to make it way bigger than what it needs to be. Is like, you know what, let's not put that pressure on ourselves. Man, let's just hit that record button or live button. We just kick it with each other, have fun, share some info, and we'll leave it at that, man. So I think you're doing a good job, Conrad, man.
I appreciate it, brother.
And man, we're gonna move forward with that.
Yo, I appreciate it. Era, what do you have to say on that? Because I want to transition to something, but I want to give you the floor.
Yeah, real quick. I'm just here for the brothers, man. You know, I was looking for brotherhood. I was looking for business, you know, business-minded men. You know, I came in this, you know, before YouTube was created. I was already a grown man. So, you know what I mean? I'm not growing up in this thing or, you know, looking for mentors and, you know, and like the brother said, a lot of different guys at different levels, different ages, different experiences, and different levels. And there's room for everybody to grow and, you know, have a connection. So you doing a wonderful job. And like the brother said, we just got to keep building and moving things forward. On another end, you know, this is YouTube at the same time. And YouTube is for you to market and promote yourself. Do your thing. It's you. You know what I'm saying? Even in the midst of a manosphere and a whole bunch of people and men and ideologies and things like that. So you got content creators that specifically want to get their flock and, you know, get their Patreon and subscribers and get their money and be good with that. You know what I mean? And then keep moving up within the ranks of who's hot, who's got the hottest platforms and things like that. So there's an aspect of growth and, you know, just within the YouTube space and with what YouTube provides for you to be the man that you want to project and build with other guys and come up with that. So, you know, we need more content creators and just making the space even larger. And so, yeah, so I'm just here for the brothers. I'm here for a movement. I'm here. It's global. It's only getting bigger. We should be creating our own content, things that we want to see, you know what I mean? And making the studios bigger, the productions bigger, the mic, the whole everything. It could only get bigger. So I'm here for men and men's growth. And of course we want the women's you know, want their involvement and want them to be down with us and everything. But we want to make sure that, because I feel like men and boys and things, they don't have those outlets, you know what I mean, to get you know, reassured in and feel like, you know, they got some type of, you know, team and backing like women do with church and things like that. So it's really about to get guys from that bottom, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm at on levels, I'm at the bottom or struggling and dealing with things. So, you know what I mean? I want to grow with guys too and come up and, you know, just reach the levels that we want to get to. So, you know, women have a lot of support and a lot of things. And at the end of the day, they need us. So they, you know, it's more about us getting our minds right, our finances right, and who we are in the world and what we're trying to be and be the leaders that we are, so we can have the women that we want and need and provide and protect and all those things. Everything coincides. So yeah, I'm just about that brotherhood and getting brothers up to that level of code.
Okay.
Facts. Before we go on, I just want to say salute to 12th Street. Good night. She said, I like the show. Great space. I definitely will support as time permits. Good night, everyone. I'm not sure which side of the country she's on, but definitely
12th Street ain't about to go to no bed. She about to hit the club. She going to happy hour. She about to get that martini. Talk about some bed. Stop playing, 12th Street. I'm over here hating. I came in here to hate.
I'm trying to sit down. I'm still not even done updating my sounds, man. I'm just hitting every button. I'm just trying to find everything.
Hey, but Conrad, are you going to go over that Bruiser video?
Oh, well, I got it. The funny thing is I got it uploaded based on how much time.
Another show?
I might do that another show because there's a lot to unpack in there. Especially because when I first watched the video, I think I expected just him, and then kind of unpacking. I've watched it like 3 different times now. So I'm gonna hold off because
let me know when you do that. I got some smoke for that. I got some smoke for it.
Oh no, we gonna do a part 2 to that because you know what, we'll probably do that next week. But as we talk about growing with brothers, and Era made that point. Jerk, you made the point about us not being like a monolith or having being overridden with that Jesus complex. Rush, you making it clear as to what the red pill is for, what the manosphere is for, what MGTOW is for, and that's great because the thing is you see everything we've described. I don't even need to take it further, is because it's necessary. It's about clarity, and that's all I don't believe. And before I do have a video that's a little bit shorter so that we can kind of speak on as we kind of wind it down. But everything that has been said is about clarity, and I don't believe black men in general can change their narrative without clarity. That land with y'all. What do y'all think about that?
Absolutely, I agree.
Well, what do you mean clarity? Like we got to clean up the lane?
No. In the sense to say that, like,
transparency.
Yeah, transparency. That's exactly it. Transparency, but in what we're saying, it's completely understandable. Even because not everybody will agree with what we're gonna say. Whether it's individually, I could be up here by myself. We could be 20 people deep up here right now, right? And like you said, we gonna disagree. We gonna agree. We gonna step back. We gonna let somebody else lead the conversation. But I think if all things are done with clarity, and it's transparent, it's foundational, then the only person, especially y'all ladies, stop trying to take up. I'm gonna say this out loud, so y'all can clip it. Stop trying to take up war with the red pill and the manosphere. Is one, we don't negotiate with terrorists. That's just number one. Number two, We don't negotiate with terrorists. Number 3, we don't negotiate with terrorists. You figured it, feel me, right? You know what I mean? It's not going to work out. So you can either be humble, come correct, or you can fight at the front door. We gonna close the front door, but you can fight at the front door because we ain't joining in that argument with y'all. Some of y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. I'm not even lie. I've been on some.
I think we need to start pandering, man. Get your channel popping. We get these cash apps, man.
I'm not pandering nothing, bro. I'm not pandering nothing over here.
We're gonna make you the new Derrick Jackson, man. We can have our accounting team rush over there. We get this bread, man. Let's switch it up.
Nah, bro. This is exactly how I feel. Hold on, I got a
throw
whole
Aaron
video
under the bus.
Yeah, this is exactly how I feel about the whole pandering movement. That's exactly how I feel about it.
Nah, y'all know I'm messing around.
Yeah, I know.
That sounds like a business venture. We got some money. You got a check for you. We got a business venture for you.
What my man Star, what he say? He's like, I ain't sell out, I sold out.
Oh snap. Snap. Okay, before we get into this next video, Cut Flower said, hubby calling me. Good night. Yes, salute to you. Thank you for being here. Bring your husband next time. That's true leadership. And if he doesn't want to do it, just tell him to lay down and just listen to it in the background. Y'all can get this voice. You figured it, feel me. Yeah, thank you. What's Stan saying? Stan said, and that's the difference between feminism and manosphere. Feminists are just against men no matter what, but men either learn how to deal with women or not. I believe that's true. Yeah, I believe that's true. I'm gonna get this last video up by Ayana Van Zant. And
specifically,
we'll hear what she has to say.
Is times perpetuated against black men specifically is the level to which their humanity and their hearts have been devalued, diminished, and dehumanized, and that they have become doing machines. The greatest value a black man has, in many instances, is what he can do for somebody. Right. And how he can do it, and how much he can do it, and how much he earns doing it. I mean, I hear it and see it among young people in the relationships. You you gonna get my nails done, and you gonna do this, and you gonna do that. Right. They've been demeaned and devalued and dehearted to the point where they value themselves based on what they can do. Fix it, get it, make it happen. And no place have I seen in our world does anybody tell black men.
Yeah, basically the way she was going to end that is black men are not told that we are loved or valued or anything like that. Why has this become so popular? And I mean, this is probably a layered question, but why is the dehumanization of men by the feminist movement, why is it such a focus? Era, I'll start with you.
I would have to look at the world. I would have to look at laws, which this is a man's world. Man runs the governments. He runs the laws. If they're not in favor of us, they can also be working against us or not just be in favor. Hey, you on your own out there. And the dehumanizing us, it's based on like Ilana said, what can we do? Who are we? What can we bring to the table? What do you have? What makes you a man? So if you don't have those things, then it's easy to discard you. So that love factor, that building up self-esteem, confidence, all these things are key in a man, whether he's got money or not. The money just enhances things, but dehumanizing is very simple from the top on down. If we're not protected from the top, you know what I mean? We'll fall in the middle and fall to the end. So it's like women can take advantage of that. Mm-hmm. The feminist movement and things of that nature, women are looking out for self, and but at the same time, this is about human nature. This is about humanity. We are man, woman, and child, family together. And that is the only way, no matter what contraption comes into the world, that is all, as long as there's going to be human beings, that is what we're going to have to do. So a lot of things being put forth of what a man is and can he actually be it is why we can be dehumanized and looked at as, oh, he's not that. He's not there yet. So it's very much upon us as men to bring up the boys, bring up the men, keep, get men to where they have to be. And only we can care about that, because if people are groups and, from the top and every other, it's a war going on outside. Rest in peace, Prodigy from the group Bob Deep said that. It's a war going on outside. No man is safe from. That's a war mentally. That's a war spiritually in your head. You know what I mean? With other races, genders, everything. So knowing who your peoples is and keeping yourself up and your thing going and floating is Black people's job and duty. And so we have to promote more of being that man and showing our value so that it can't be dehumanized or demonized.
Rush, what do you got on that?
Give me a little bit more depth on how you want me to come at it. I mean, because I want to cater to my thoughts. I just don't want to monkey branch off whatever it's saying.
So, I mean, when I look at the aspect of Black men changing our narrative, we've got hills to cross. They're not uncrossable or unmovable, but there are some hills to cross. And I find that it's too easy specifically for Black men to be dehumanized and regarded to, if you can't produce or provide something, you are literally not a man.
Well, obviously there is a bad stigma within our community when it comes to Black leadership. It's like when you're a Black dude, from different ethnic groups with different ethnic backgrounds, they tend to look at us from a negative light. So they have to get to know you first before they understand that, okay, he's not the generic type of Black dude I see on TV. Because you gotta understand, man, the love and hip hops, these the music and all that, and movies, like, we're portrayed in a negative light, man, and it's just one of those things that as a Black man you would have to get used to. But by being yourself and expressing who you really are, it'll change the mindset of different ethnic groups when they get to know you. You know what I mean?
Comrade, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I muted myself manually again. Bro, if you had saw what happened in the beginning, we had Rush holding it down for a hot minute out here while I was trying to navigate sound. Yo, he was holding it down. He held it down. He's like, yo, my man just said it straight. Yo, my man's like, I think he's got some issues with his volume. But yeah, he's good. He'll be right back. I was like, appreciate it, homie. Yeah, what do you got on that, Sophisticated?
Man, I think the issue with it all is a lot of times, man, I think men dehumanize themselves. Because it's weird, man. I know me and Manny, we came in here, we be like, make sure somebody invests in you so you're not looked at as just a wallet and a paycheck. And who we got the most pushback from was men, because they're like, no, you gotta, in order to be the leader, you gotta pay for it. So it's just like, man, a lot of dudes have a trick mindset, man. And I don't know where that derives from, but I think, man, as men, provision don't always have to be just money. It could be knowledge, wisdom, and all this stuff. And I think guys, man, and until they understand that and realize, like, man, you shouldn't just be like a one-trick pony and just be about money. It's just like, that's gonna keep the entitlement to a lot of women, where that's what they end up projecting. They're like, hey, nah, you need to do the A, B, C, D. But if we got a group of guys that's running over there and throwing the money out there because that's the easy shortcut, you know, that's what's gonna create that imbalance that what a lot of guys are dealing with. Because females only a lot of times they're what they say copying what are emulating what other people are doing. So like a men are like, hey, look, if you come and be with me, I'll buy you whatever. Then shit, they're gonna you know, use that to their ability and take advantage of it. So until men place a standard and be like, look, man, we just ain't going to be doing this stuff no more. And this is how we need to operate. You know what? We might as well give that's a lost cause, man. Cause they gonna just imagine if somebody was throwing somebody at you. We ain't gonna turn that down. So hell, it's got to start with the men. And once we figure out that we have deeper values than just money, then that's when the change will come.
Mm-hmm. To be seen as human, you know what I mean? For our humanity to be taken seriously.
You touched on like 2 points sophisticated that I was going to bring up next, so I was just kind of surprised by that, and I'm gonna toss it up and then give it to you guys, so I can switch my camera and my mic right quick. But when you said until we all get under that same umbrella, like, now this is what I was thinking about earlier today. If said woman, we gonna call her Bakisha comes in, and no, that's not fair, and I'm not gonna do that. Lisa comes in. Lisa comes in.
Thick? Like, give
no,
us
I said
visual,
Bakisha. I was literally looking at a tote bucket right in front of the camera, behind the camera, and I literally said I need a Bakisha right now. Okay, Lisa comes in and she thinks that because she's got fine and she goes to the gym and she got that camel print, and she got that peach smile at us and everything like that is enough to extract money from us. And the whole narrative, if you can't give it, you can't give up the dollars, you're broke. Just say that. My thing is like, whether I'm broke or not, you still wasn't gonna get it. And like, I guess that's what that's the first immediate like lesson that I would want to give to the young guys if they've never heard it before, which is like, hold on.
You're in control.
Salute to the big cheese. Don't know exactly who you are, but salute if anybody knows you. He says, Stan Joseph, if you are single in the United States with your head straight and your paper, cat right, you are where the action is. I mean, the big cheese sup. Okay, they know Stan. Perfect. I'm glad. I was just like, all right, last show I had to kick out a man midstream. Stan thought I gave them a warning. I'm like, no, the warning is you're kicked out. Like, you can't come back. That's the warning. Get off my platform.
You got the zero tolerance policy, huh?
Yeah. Right now it's not, it's not looking too good over here. The black community, or black men, does not need a leader. What black men desperately needs is a code of conduct. Yes, and that's what I was going to get to right now by saying this. Is just like, when it comes to, I guess, how we deal with women individually, collectively, abroad, everywhere, I feel like all black men need to come to like a parliament house and just agree, like, we not gonna trick. and when I say trick, I mean, like, I have no intention to make you a wife. Like, this still surprises my wife when I tell her this. And even when we were dating, I told her, I said, if you can find one girl that I dated that let them ask them what I bought them. Go and ask them. Ask them if I bought them anything beyond dinner and a movie. You got dinner because I got to eat. You went to the movie with me because I want to see that movie. And you just happen to be in my space while I want you in my space. I can't guarantee when this movie finishes that I'm going to see you in the same light I saw you with at dinner. And that is the truth. So my code of conduct is, I'm not going to sit there and I don't require you to be a wife. because I'm not making you a wife. So don't expect me to be a husband or your coverage, because I'm not doing that either. You will get a certain level of decorum and respect from me to enjoy this interaction and to get back home safely. Anything else, like the old Charles Barkley speed stick commercial used to say, is anything less is uncivilized. And so I'm looking at it, I'm like, where did this generation come from to think that just because I'm dating you, you get to demand something from me that really and truly I can't even say you're entitled to, or you dreamt this. I don't know. Delusional is not even the level of the world. I need a heavier word to hit. That's really a bomb. Like intoxicated, high, drunk, on coke, on meth is not enough to describe how I feel about this narrative that men gotta give you something because you decided to get up and be an adult. No, I'm gonna put you in your place as a man respectfully, and you gotta understand this. You are a adult human being that happens to have certain things that I may be attracted to, and even that doesn't guarantee money. And under no circumstances do you get to bring my manhood into question. And for the men that stand behind the women and say, well, yeah, you got to come up with this. And if you're a man, you should be, I'll pay for a date because I want you there. It ain't no problem. When I was dating, my budget was $250. That's enough money for me to get there and get home. That's enough money in case she asks me to get her a cab. I could get you a cab. We can get a decent meal because I already done scouted the restaurant 3 weeks in advance before the date. And I done tipped the waiter very well. So when I came in and you saw that royal treatment, that was all curated for the last 3 weeks. They knew not to bring the top tier menu to us. They brought us the middle tier menu, which means I can get an appetizer, 2 main courses, 2 desserts, and an alcoholic beverage, and you are fine. To her, I just done pimped out the world. She doesn't know I'm playing chess the whole time. And that's the problem. I really believe that, like, where things are now is we got some squirrels running around trying to demand chestnuts as if every man is a SpongeBob SquarePants. Like, where do you get off with this narrative? And so what I'm saying is, black men, we got to come together and be like, okay, here's the Bill of Charter. Here's the Bill of Rights. Nah, no money. No money. No money. No pandering. No tricking. And I'm not saying, hey, I'm not going to make fun of a man or dehumanize my brother if he decides to want to do that, but just don't come and complain about it after.
I'm getting at you, goddammit. If you tricking, I got a 0 tricking policy. I think Rush wanted to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Rush.
Yeah, we have to understand, because we're in a era where everything's so transactional, is because there's a surplus of suckers out here that's tricking on these females. Word is born. Like, first 2 lines they come up with, what's the cash app? What the hell I need your cash app for, man? You know what I mean? But this is the line that they coming up with, man. These suckers is messing up the game, man.
Facts.
Because other niggas spend about whatever dollars on this check. I come through. This is back in my, you know what I mean, younger days, man. I don't move like this no more. I ain't a sleaze bag no more. But I'll come through. Bro, don't expect me to do the same thing.
Nah, it's facts. It is facts. It is facts. Like, I personally don't get that. I never have. And maybe that's the plight of being like the quote unquote average guy. Oh, did everybody just freeze, or is this just me? Or is that?
No, I think just Rush.
Rush. Okay.
He was spitting
right,
too,
cool.
man.
Yeah, no, we don't. His battery might have died, or that he's stuck on his Wi-Fi stuck. But yo, no, like for real, like, nah, bro, you're not gonna, nah, that whole tricking thing, I can't, because the thing is, it leads to everywhere, and I think, was it Jerk? Were you saying it? Somebody was saying it about how, like, they have church to pander to them too, and I was just like,
I think that might have been error, yeah, because he was spitting on that. That's
yeah,
the first time I heard that.
But it's true.
Nah, it is.
And me and Stan were talking about that, about how like there's a certain move within the church, and the thing is, the reason why I'm bringing this up, especially as a pastor's grandkid, is because it's just like, you're not setting these people up for an intellectual, spiritual, or emotional growth in any way, shape, or form. In any way, shape, or form. And by that, you're actually making the woman more dependent. Because at the end of the day, even if you take the phrase, oh, God has a man for you, biblically, that's not true. Logically, that's not true, because women outnumber men almost 2 to 1. So somebody's not going to have a man.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the basis of, do I like you, do I not? There's going to be some people that are just not chosen. Legitimately not chosen. So it's one of those things where I'm just kind of like, bro, like we got to get to a place. Oh, we got the ding dong. Okay, he back. We back. Bow, 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 bow.
Yo, my bad. My internet cut off, man.
Hey, you was cooking too, man. It froze up at the part you was spitting.
Yeah,
man.
No, you literally, and let's put it off in the chat because I got to switch cameras. That's true. The Sims are messing up the game. The big cheese.
But Conrad, man, I got to roll out. I just wanted to come up real quick, man, because I caught you guys at the end and stuff. But
yeah.
Sunday we are gonna be talking about some church stuff on M3's live and stuff. Yeah,
yo, I'm coming through. I'm gonna come
through on that one. But just going back to kind of what Rush was saying and all of us. Yeah, that's the issue, and I think people got to get to the phase where it's just like, man, guys are gonna treat you good, but it don't have to be tied to spending. Because I think what's messing up all the households, man, is it's like a lot of females are coming with the expectation, like, in order to make me happy, you got to spend all this money, and everybody's going in debt. So it's like, man, we should be working with each other, man, versus, somebody just got to keep pouring in cash and stuff and, damn near messing up the whole family and stuff. So I like what you were saying, Conrad, like, you met your wife and stuff, y'all worked with each other. And then one day you might want to retire her, but that's the progression. It's like, she earned that. These chicks nowadays be coming to the thing, like dictating, like, hey, I want to be retired. I want to be a woman of leisure and stuff. And it's just like, man, you don't want to contribute to the household. You want to see what the state of the household is at first. So yeah, I think men gotta readjust and get out of that mindset. Like, we gotta just entertain a lot of this stuff. It should be about the household. Where we at right now? What's our finances looking at? Then, once we get Sullivan at the end of the day, then we pivot to that. But till then, it should be all hands on deck, and we need to get our kids to a comfortable state too. So, But all right, y'all, man, I'll dip out, man. Rush, good to see you again, man. I'm gonna try to pull up, man. You be at like 5 o'clock, man. I gotta pull up.
Hey, man, yo, we definitely gotta link up again, man. It's great seeing you.
All right, no doubt, man. Yeah, just reach out to me, man. I'll definitely pull up. And Era, man, good to meet you, man. You was spitting up here.
Thank you, bro. You was spitting too, bro. Good to meet you as well.
I appreciate that.
So
tell Conrad, man, he got to get rid of that FUBU wireless, man. He said his wireless come with them Masterpiece sneakers. We got to upgrade him, man. Where's your PayPal at, man?
Yo, you mad funny.
All right, y'all be easy, man.
You too.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. Yo, he's having a little technical difficulties, man, but we still politicking on here, man. Yeah, I mean,
No
still
doubt.
tap in and tune in, you heard?
Yeah, man. Yeah, you talking about the tricking situation, and brothers got to stop that. Brothers got to get a code, and I totally agree. I'll just say personally, me, I never been a trick, or you know what I mean. I always been a person to want to take care of the lady that is with me and that I'm favoring, and so I've always looked at things on my own discretion of, what I want to spend, how much do I have to spend, and that's on my own control and my own personal business, like, you know. So it's like I never worried about tricking or if guys are tricking or not. Or, you know, my thing is happiness. You know, are you happy? Did you get what you want? You know what I mean? Did you learn a lesson? Are you growing? Is this what you want to do? You know what I mean? Because you got a lot of dudes that believe in tricking, and you know what I mean, want things the easy way, and if they got the money, just put it down. So, but I don't promote that or, you know, suggest that, but you know, just, you know, giving a little bit of my background and just how I see men and things like that. It's like, you know, I just want guys to be more in control of themselves, intellect, you know, emotional intelligence, you know, knowing how to problem solve, how things, you know, as things come at you, how to navigate through them and not, you know, cause more problems for yourself and things like that. So, you know, the self-control and, you know, becoming the man and knowing the man that you are is more important. And I think the tricking could take care, it would take care of itself.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely tricking within our society is poisoning the minds of these women out here, man. Like, it's just ridiculous. I mean, yo, when I'm on TikTok, and I know it's TikTok, but still, like, there's a surplus of women having this mindset, thinking that in order for them to deal with a male, he should you know, pay for her nails and get the hair done and all this. And I'm like, yo, this is just crazy, man. You know, but you know,
Yeah,
it is what it is, man. You know, these
yeah,
suckers and simps. You know what I mean? They poison the minds of these women, man. Like, they really think they should get it like that. That 8-1 treatment like that. Like, the first time you meeting them, like, nah, that's crazy. You know?
right. And you know, every guy ain't gonna do that for them. So, you know, it's like, and then how do you treat that guy if he do that? You know what I mean? So, you know, it's never the way to go. It's never the way to go. You don't never want to lead with money, and you want a woman to like you for who you are and what you bring to the table, the character you are, the person that you are, and you want her to respect that and love that for you. So, you know, tricking is never it, you know. But then, you know, some guys may just want to see a woman as, you know, and just spend that money or whatever. And if he's getting what he wants back, then, you know, it could be a good thing. But, you know, it's not the way to go. We want people to love us for who we are and respect that. And, you know, women are thrown off by that, but every guy is not going to do that for them. So it's, you know, play at your own risk.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we can hear you.
All right, cool. Yo, joke is, yo, that's what I gotta say, big shout out to StreamYard, and I'm hoping that, you know, by the time I suggest some things to them, they'll be sponsoring the channel, because I don't know a streaming service that is online that, like, my batteries just conked out. That's why I dropped from the chat. My battery's conked out and the stream's still going. Yo, so salute to you guys. Thank you for keeping it going. Yeah, now go ahead. Where'd you guys leave off?
We were
We were
still
just
talking about how suckers and tricks is messing up the minds of these females in today's day and age. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's I mean, and here's the thing. Like, I've seen guys literally, like, go to war with other guys to see who can be the biggest trick. And I think, like, not being the guy who was the most affluent when I was coming up in, like, even grade school, in like grade 9 and 10, like, I didn't hit my stride until like my last 2 years of high school, and then dealing with like college and life. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like, even bro, even being around street dudes, like, I was just kind of like, I was there in the mix, and they would be like, oh, like, girls would look at me because I was like, okay, he's the safe guy. Like, he's the safe bet. Like, these men's they're the road dogs. Like, he's with the road dogs, but he's not gonna be on road at midnight or at 3 a.m. He might be with the man then, but when they do road, he's gonna forward back to the house. So, like, they would deal with me in a sense, out of concession. And I still had to even navigate that, because I'm just like, I'm not gonna let you use me because you think because you realize I'm not one of the top road dogs, but you're not gonna come use me and treat me away. Because I've seen that happen to guys where two guys end up getting set up, and the girl's just sitting there laughing at both of them because. And I've seen girls admittedly like, yo, oh, he's gonna come back and he's gonna deal with me. He'll bust his head, but then he gonna come deal with me and he gonna drop money on me. He gonna do this. And I'm just like, what? And sure enough, it happens like that. And then as you get older and you start dealing with like adult life, it's almost like it doesn't change. Like I remember this one girl at my old workplace, and if she ever sees this or anybody who knows her, yo, this is for her. I'm gonna drop a whole bomb on you for this one. Story time. So this girl, she decides to start talking to a cat at work, and you know what I mean, I had already warned the brother, like, for where we work, you need to be careful because, you know what I mean, HR is real, and you don't want to be the cat that they drag to HR.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. He said, nah, man, I got this. No, I'm good. I was like, all right, bro. Like, I try to warn you, do your thing. I hope everything works out well for what you want. Ira, when I tell you about literally 3.5 months later, I see this guy again. Yo, they're trying to end my life, bro. Yo, they're trying to get man's fired. Yo, they're trying to take man's job. I'm like, what's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? He's like, yo, they went to the HR on me and they're lying on my name and da-da-da-da-da-da. I was just like, I'm like, I don't know what to say.
You told him, you warned him.
I feel sorry for you. Like, I mean, I wouldn't want this to be any way, but I feel sorry for you. Sorry
you warned
about
him.
that.
You told him that. You told him not to get involved. You knew you had the heads up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't gonna be a good one to mess with. And he went and did it, and exactly what happened. HR.
And bro, he came back and asked me why I never defended him.
Well, how was you supposed to defend him? What do you mean? Well, you supposed it was going to be a court case, and I was going.
Yeah, no, the man literally wanted me to go to HR. The man wanted me to go to HR and defend his case. But then,
he's supposed to vouch for that. He didn't say whatever she's claiming that he said,
or did,
right? So it's like, what, dude? I can't I'm your lawyer. I can't represent you.
You know what I mean? Now here's the joke. So now it's coming towards the end of the year now. I mean, we had glass, those glass office meetings, those glass boardrooms. They brought him in there. They had his box outside right in front of the elevator. As soon as that meeting was done, here's your box. Get out.
Wow.
So
it happened.
He's anytime they take you in that glass boardroom, bro, the whole floor can see what's going on. So there ain't no guessing. You ain't coming back from that. The girl now, so he gets fired. He's upset. He's like, yo, I can't believe she did this to me. I can't believe the man that never stuck up for me. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Blase. The girl now, I go to lunch. Come to find out, the girl got all the girls that he was talking to go to HR and complain on him that he was harassing her because he was harassing them because he found out that he was trying to talk to all the other girls, plus got her pregnant in the process.
He was doing a lot,
bro. Yo, he was doing the most. He was stunt doubling. This guy was a stunt double everywhere he was going. He was original stunt man.
Bro. Yeah. So this was supposed to happen to him eventually. The way he moving, this was evident. Like it was just gonna happen.
You get what I'm saying? Girl, I'm coming off the elevator. It's lunchtime now. I'm coming back. I'm just like, okay, well, let's go make this money. Going back to my desk. See this girl in the elevator. She's like, I thought we were friends. I was like, what? I was like, pardon you? What do you mean you thought we were friends? I'm like, first of all, I don't even throw the friend word around lightly.
All right. Like, what are you talking about?
I've got my brothers. I've got my family. And that's it. Like people that I would equate as quote unquote friends is people that like I used to go to school with, but I don't see them more than like maybe once every 3 years. Those people I consider friends.
Right.
I got family, I got brothers, I got loved ones, I got business associates. That's it. Getting off the elevator, this girl goes, I thought we were friends. I was like, what's wrong now? He's like, why didn't you tell me he was talking to all these women? I'm like, it is not my job to warn you to not go and talk to stupid. I'm like, I told you not to wear your heart out on the floor while you were at work. You didn't listen to me because you thought because you were going to the gym and you're 28 now and your friends are getting married that you was gonna come and do this and do that and do this and do that and you're gonna be God's gift to humanity. There was a genuine brother over here that liked you and treated you with respect, but you didn't want him. And you went to the guy who wasn't going to treat you with no respect, and he dogged you out. And I looked at you and I told you this was going to happen before this brother even got hired. And now you want to be mad, drag his name through the mud, get all the other girls to go to HR and complain on him. Plus, you're complaining on him because you're pregnant for him. And then you want to get off the elevator and say you thought we were friends. I'll tell you the truth. We were never friends. Because as a female to a male, if you were my friend, that means you're under my leadership, which means if I tell you that you need to walk over there, especially because you're trying to act as if I'm supposed to cover you from certain danger, I'm not going to talk to you twice about common sense issues. If you want to be wrapped up in the emotions of your private parts, that's your business. You're going to have to go deal with that. My friends know, just like the Bible says and God says, you know, my children know my voice. My friends know my voice. My family knows my voice. My brothers know my voice. If I tell you there's a whole mandem that's going to jump you over there, we need to go cross left instead of going cross right. I don't know a brother that's going to be like, nah, I got it. I'm cool. I'm going to go cross right. They'd be like, okay, you going cross left? Okay, are we running or are we just going to walk off and not make no noise? That's family. That's brothers. That's brotherhood. So I'm like, what you are, you're just a work acquaintance. You are not family and you're not friends. And she kind of looked at me like, wow, like that hurt. I was just like, yo, I got to tell you the truth. Because you're used to men chasing you down for what your body looks like and you think it's actual love. And I tried to put you on game and tell you to protect yourself and you didn't want to do that. And now you're hurt.
Right.
I don't like the fact that you're hurt, but I can't help stupid.
Yeah, like don't bring that to me.
Man, and that's the thing. Like I've seen brothers get like literally in the worst situations because of this whole simpish tricking mindset, and it's just like it's not even to use it as a demeaning word, but it literally speaks to a man. I feel like the word simp and trick speaks to a man that has lack of value in himself. So he has to try and use the woman as a megaphone to magnify what he doesn't see within himself and what he hasn't lived. And I can also say that because I almost fell into it, bro. Almost fell into it, man. I remember I was working at this one job and I used to get off the bus every day, coming through this train station, fly. Group of girls would see me, and this one girl started taking a liking to me. She's like, "Oh, like what's going on? What's going on with you? What's going on with you, Poppy?" Right out the gate, the girl asked me for some money.
Oh wow!
First time I just kind of chalked it up because I was like, "Yo, this is kind of cool." Like girls asking for some money. I'm fly coming home from work. But you see that second time I was in a bad mood that day. Girl asked me for some money. I was like, "Yo, who are you?" I'm like, "You don't even know me. You're not my girl. You're not trying to come home with me. Why would I give you any money?" And she's like, "Oh, it's like that." I'm like, "No, but like, why? Explain to me why any man would do this. What? Like, you don't realize how much danger there is in this." And this is like the code of a man because like that danger I've seen hit at so much men so many different ways. And I'm just like, yo, like, do we not get tired of playing this game?
Yeah, this is why dating is dying and dying out.
Man, it's crazy. It's crazy.
It's crazy, you know. But I mean, women will try it. Women will, you know, we will try women. Women will try us. And like it's very important to stand on our square. You know what I'm saying? And always maintain that masculine frame. But you know, in your formidable years and learning women and dealing with women and stuff like that, you should be. It shouldn't be about money. Definitely, you still learning yourself. You learning how you respond. You learning. So you know, you want it to be something genuine, more real. So you know, guys when especially developing themselves, you know, that's not the way to go. You want to learn. Yep.
No, that's facts, man. And I mean that's facts. And that's why it's just like that's why I told that last video, because the last video is just hitting on what we're talking about, and kind of I think, you know, both of you have kind of alluded to it in a way where it's just like now we start getting into like the aspect of how men should conduct themselves, in terms of like, you know, critical thinking, in terms of even guarding ourselves sexually as men. Like I think that's the biggest point that I'm on, because within this video that we'll probably do it next week Friday. It'll probably be the main one video instead of having 3 or 4 videos. Is by Bruiser. And he was kind of breaking down a conversation on Lapeef where you know, one of the brothers said that, you know, he would tell his daughter to remain celibate, but then he would tell his son, you know, go get it. And it's just kind of like, it's like, okay, well, don't you feel like that's even telling your son to go get it with somebody else's daughter is contributing to the same cycle of mess that we're trying to fix within the aspect of men?
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things where like it's a conversation that needs to be had, because then one of the brothers was saying that like I would tell him that so he knows you know, how to navigate the realities of dealing with a woman, emotionally, sexually, and otherwise. And as I'm hearing this, I'm like, maybe it's just me, but like sometimes I feel like I'm just like, yo, a lot of time I spent being promiscuous, wasted time, bro. Like not just like a time that I could have been making money. I was chasing.
Was it important to you? Was it important to you at the time? I mean, at the time you needed to chase, you needed to fulfill that side of you. You needed to see that side of you, experience that side of you.
I hear you. And I used to think that. And I've been actually thinking on this. Like, Rush, I'm gonna toss this to you next. So I want to hear what you have to say about it. But like for me personally, I was thinking about it and I'm like, yo, did I really need to experience that? Like, can I say that I had a sexual experience that I actually gained something from in terms of knowledge? Because real talk, when I was about 12, right, on Discovery Channel, there used to be this older lady called Dr. Sue. And she had a show every Saturday night at 7 p.m. called Sex TV, where she would teach you about the ins and outs of sex. So in terms of like a mental map, Dr. Sue helped me to get away from certain things about being scared or insecure about the act of sex in any way, shape it was. So I was like, okay, I'm good. I got a roadmap. Now, so certain parts, like early, like, you know what I mean? Like 14 through like 20, I was like, okay, yeah, I would love to get in that practice. But bro, when I think back on it, compared to like where my life's not bad now, you know what I mean? But I'm like, if I could go back and talk to myself and say, yo, you know, abstain from as much as you can, be real with yourself, because you ain't perfect and you ain't no saint. Abstain from as much as you can, but make sure you don't run after more than you're investing in yourself. And that's my thing. Because now you're tricking on yourself and you're not even getting nothing long term out of it. What do you think about that?
In what sense?
Like, Because the whole aspect of like, okay, you know what I mean? You see, like when you're younger, you see the older guys on the block, they're like, yo, go get it, you know what I mean? You know, you got to get it in, you know, you got to show up with the women them and make sure you can bust them down and da 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 da. And it's just like, what do we really gain out of that long term? Like again, I'm trying to think beyond the surface, because when I look at the surface, it's like, yeah, I get a know-how in a sense where I can deal with a woman's body. But I'm just like, yo, like, don't
You
know,
also
maybe I
dealing.
just
You also
go
dealing
ahead.
with her mind. You also dealing with her mind. You're dealing with her. It's different women. It's different personalities. It's different situations and circumstances. It's and how you learn yourself more and how you navigate more. You're more self assured of, okay, when this character or this type comes, this is what I'm coming with. So, in one sense, I would think you are gaining some sense of some sense of self of dealing with women. Like, okay, I can handle that. I could do that. Then on
Yeah.
another end, it's like your tactics and ways, like your techniques, and just like kind of mastering yourself in that area. So.
Rush, what do you think? Because I'm gonna come back with something. I want to hear what you have to say about that.
Well, I mean, my thoughts on the older generation influencing the younger generation on, I guess, womanizing females. It's just one of those things on how men bond with each other, on the amount of women that they're able to sleep with, and how attractive the female is. Sometimes that's what they choose to expound on to build a somewhat of a connection with, male friends. You know what I mean? And it's just one of those things like I don't want to say catch 22, but that kind of influence is not that good, because it kind of somewhat uh puts you in the mind state to pedestalize a female. You know what I mean, which is
Yeah.
not a wise thing to do, but it's just a like a cultural thing on how men connect, on expounding on the amount of women that they can sleep with and how attractive they are. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Now, see, this is why I've been asking that question, and maybe somebody would say, oh, you're blessed. You know what I mean, to have that kind of experience, and you know your way around. Because like I've actually heard other girls that I would have thought, that were marriage material say, you know, um, Conrad knows his way around. But then I've had other girls, I mean, not that I really cared at the time, but they try to disqualify me because they'd be like, okay, like he's too known, right? But at the same time, I'm like, and this is maybe just me individually. I think once I had passed a certain amount of times of doing this, it was rinse and repeat, and mentally, I wasn't getting anything from it. Like I was literally just using this to pass time. And so for me, I was looking back on it, especially in my mid 20s. I was kind of upset because I was like, I did this, and I still don't know what every man was rooting for. You know what I mean? Because like the way men's were making it seem like when I was a youngin' was like, oh, okay, you hitting Holly Berry, or you running after this, and it's just like, no, I ain't never seen a Holly Berry a day in my life. I ain't never seen at them times what would be like a magazine cover girl a day in my life. And like even towards growing up and being older now, and when I talk to youngins and they're like, "Oh, this girl's bad. This girl reach out on Instagram." I'm just like, "Yo, like, is she walking to your house? Are you guys able to meet up at the local mall or the local restaurant? No. Okay, so I'm not understanding why you're fawning over her. Like it's exactly that. Why are you pedestalizing the allure of what could be? And even if it can be, is it even worth it to go that far? Like, are you wasting time where you could be self-developing to have the best experiences at the time when you can also control those experiences? Now, for me, again, my mind just massively switch at a certain point, and I hit a different gear because of nuances that were going on in my life, right? Reestablishing myself spiritually, reestablishing myself mentally, clearing out all the cobwebs and all the emotional mess from my childhood and my early 20s, getting all of that out. And I look back on it, and for me, it left me a place wondering, is there any other guy that literally used the advice of the older guys of telling us to go out and go get it, go out and go get it? And yeah, it's experience. And on some parts, it's definitely a good experience to have. But when I look back and I say, okay, what is the chances of probability that we men have wasted time doing this, and we could be further if we were to maximize that time and limit it?
I
You know
hear
what I
you.
mean?
No, totally. I hear you. Um,
Yeah,
man,
go
it's
ahead,
like
go
it's
ahead.
such. Yeah, it's such a thing because I don't know you because you wasn't like parlaying these. It doesn't sound like you was parlaying the relationships into. Let me get a pair of sneakers, some Timbs, some clothes, some place to stay, some money, or the car, or what I
Hmm.
mean. It's just for the experience, and so like there was more to gain, but that's all you wanted to gain out of it. It didn't click to your mind to go to for anything further, as if you wanted relationships or what I'm saying, deeper
Hmm.
things. So, to each his own in that, you make the decisions of how you want to spend your time and where it's best spent. In hindsight, looking back, usually looking back like, oh, it was just that and just that. And it's basically just a nut.
Yeah.
So, right, that's gone. That was over when it was,
Hmm.
when it was bust. So, in that aspect, just if you could only like garner to like sexual experience. So I'm very experienced, and like the women like were saying, or what I'm saying, oh, he's too known.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's just one of those things. It's hard to really judge, or it's personal per man. Guys are survivalists. Guys, multiply, take one thing and make it more. So, if that wasn't your flex, that's, no no need to penalize yourself or look back like, but yeah, it's just one of those things. This is how you look at it, how you perceive it, and what you want to gain from it, as an experience.
Yeah. Yeah, no, most definitely. And I mean, even just for us men in general, I think the reason why I ponder this, right? Um, and the big cheese. We'll get to some of your comments just before we hit off. Never date a woman on the job. Yeah, definitely. I think that's got to be code number one. If you young guys watching this, you watch this, like you never you heard the term you don't go to the bathroom where you eat. You don't lay your head where you go to the bathroom. You know what I mean? And your job is number one. It doesn't matter if you're working at the grocery store, sneaker store, wherever you are, right? Like I'm always big on for young guys getting a job while they're in school, mainly because and work somewhere where you can get a discount on something. Yeah, you get a paycheck and you might not be paying all the bills in your house, but you need to get something that can give you a little extra benefits because there's most jobs as a high school kid, you're not getting no major medical benefit job. If it does come with that, great. But if it doesn't, and you at it doesn't matter if you're at the McDonald's, make sure you got some type of employee discount where, if you are hungry one day, you come to work, okay, you only got $5. Well, you only have to spend $2.50 because, you getting discounts at work. If you go to the grocery store, okay, your mom wants to bring home some groceries. At least, you don't have all the money to fill the fridge, but you can get groceries at 50% off or 40% off. You want your Nikes, your Jordans, try your best to get a job at the Foot Locker. You know what I mean? You can't get a job at any of those places. Try to get a job at a warehouse right after school because warehouse will pay big money. You know what I mean? And it pays good money. It's manual labor. It's hard work, but it'll toughen you up. It'll build discipline in you, and you'll be able to get that benefit out of it. But never ever date. Don't date. Don't talk. Don't mess with. Like, you can be cordial. You know what I mean? And this is just advice from an old head, and I'm pretty sure the other brothers here will agree that, like, you don't want to mess up your money, and in certain cases you don't want to mess up your reputation, because you never know who knows who. That's the next thing. So that's it. Big Cheese said again, part of Black Man Code of Conduct is to learn to be alone and focus on self-improvement. I believe that fully. I don't force it on everybody, because everybody has a different journey. But I would like for all men to be able to get to a place, again, especially young men, to where you learn the balance of that earlier on, so you don't have to try and speed up time to gain that later on, when you should be able to kind of take a breath and relax. The good news is that there is a critical mass of Black men, especially Gen Z brothers, that are waking up to the game and no longer simping for modern day women. You know what? There's something that I think, Big Cheese said in the next comment, and this is exactly what I was feeling. He said, Conrad, there is nothing wrong with you. These modern day women are just not motivational. Stick a pin there. I think that was the only thing, as I think back to the time I spent pursuing sex, was that there was an actual, in certain cases, there was a certain motivation there. But what I guess, because of the type of mindset that and the person that I am, and I didn't realize I was then, but the type of person I am is that I'm not going to let somebody give me something if it's going to damage them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Even if I want it, and you're like, yeah, I'll give it to you. If at any second I perceive that this is going to damage you, and it might not even be right now, it could be 10 days from now, I'm not going to take it.
Interesting.
Like, I'll give you guys this before I pass it off. There was a girl when I was finishing high school. There was a girl, and I don't know how it is in the States, but with here in Canada, like the Black girls, they really did like try to rock together and be together as much as possible. There was a girl, she was an intellectual, not really down with any of the guys who was running the streets. She wasn't really too into the sports guys, but I was able to catch her attention and apply certain pressure to be able to get her to kind of pay attention to me and kind of open up. And it got to one point where, she was telling me that, she had never had sex before. She was like, Mom, do what you got to do. And I was like, cool. And I had to literally look at her, and I looked at her in her face, and I was just like, nah, I'm not going to do it. And she's like, why not? I'm like, because I have no intention on keeping you. I'm like, you got to understand, you are an intellectual. And as a Black sister, you have not been tainted by the worst actions, or the most, I don't want to say the worst actions, but you have not been tainted by a brother who is not going to fulfill you after the act is completed. And at your age, that's going to affect you long term. She said, no, but I was like, no, we good. I ended up, you know what I mean? High school finishes, she moves on, I move on, connect with her years later. My girl, I guess I must have caught her on a day when she didn't care about who she told what to. Girls goes, yo, I'm so pissed off because I feel like if you had just dealt with me back in the day, I wouldn't be in the situation I am in now. What you talking about? I ended up dealing with this guy, and he ended up giving me an STD. Didn't I tell you danger was coming? And I'm not saying it was coming from me, but you ran after something that your mind hadn't really been prepared for. And you ran with fleeting feelings. The heart is desperate and wicked above all things. Who can know it? The heart wants what it wants. In a moment, it will swear it will die for what it wants. Well, here's the problem. If the heart dies, the body dies. And so oftentimes I find myself at moments even thinking this. I got my own kids now. I got a son, I got a daughter, and I look at them every day and I say, how am I going to help you navigate this in terms of your own thought process? Because I can't make you be me, and I can't make you be what I want you to be, because there's always going to be a tug of pull there. I don't live the social calibrated life you live. I can understand certain things, but the best I can do is give you the knowledge and wisdom and the education day by day. And I mean, to the degree it's with, sometimes I literally will be at, like, let's say at the mall, and I'll point certain things out to them and say, yo, do you see how this interacted? Do you see that interaction? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, this is how you break that down. This is what's going on. And there's many different layers to this. There's many different reactions to this, but you got to understand that you can only account for a finite amount of things. And once you start ramping up how you decide to be free flowing, you then open yourself up to a certain amount of backlash, however it gets to you. And so you got to be careful with what you do, how you do, when you do. Question, Conrad, is your wife a Black woman? Yes. Yes, she is. Yeah, I'll leave the last comment for another stream. But I've never. Again, I mean, and I said this on somebody's live stream, and the whole panel almost came for me. In Canada here, Black men don't really fare too well with dating outside of our own. And I literally mean that. Like, they're like, it's just not. It's not even that it's not a good look. It just hasn't yielded great outcomes for Black men.
Are you anywhere around Jane and Finch?
Oh, nah, I haven't. Well, remember that story I told about that case? I was living right behind Jane and Finch at that time.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. So that was, we're talking about, that was, what is 2025? So that was 19 years ago when that case happened. Yeah.
Okay.
So I to say the least, I didn't expect to make it out of that easily because of where I was living. That's why I expected the man to go to the streets, but he couldn't. And, but yeah, like I live more. I've lived all over. From the west end of Toronto, east end of Toronto, into the suburb areas of what they call Durham region. That's kind of like, I don't want to say like the rich area, but like if there's a Bel Air to compare on a lower scale, I'd probably say it's like that. You know what I mean? So, the aspect of Black men to Black women and then Black people to at that time in the 90s, it was just completely just white women, white men, was different. To the degree where we even had, like, in real time, you saw Black girls literally trying to pattern themselves after white women. And what I always saw from the Black men that went after the white women is it just didn't end well. And when I say it didn't end well, I mean, babies and police. And that's not an outcome that I can, and it doesn't mean, and I said this on a live, and they're like, well, yeah, Black women can call the cops on you too. But in my experience, the majority of the Black women were willing to argue with us before that ever became an option. Maybe that was just for me individually, because I also have a strict code that for myself, I argue with my mom, and I don't even like that. So I'm not arguing with somebody that is not directly tied to my upbringing or my life overall. But yeah, I that wasn't for me. That wasn't for me. Big cheese.
What's the name of that place? You said it's like a Bel Air.
Well, they've tried to clean it up. It's called Durham region. So Oshawa, Whitby, Ajax, Pickering.
Okay. Okay.
It's kind of like, it's where like, yeah, like if you see, because like it was old wartime smaller towns and regions. They literally call it Durham region, and it has
Gotcha.
these little subsection cities. So like you could literally go walk 2 blocks and you're in Whitney, or you back up 2 blocks and you're in Oshawa, or you go 6 blocks and you're in Ajax, and another 7 blocks and you're in Pickering, and then you get into Scarborough after that. So yeah. So it's just like as I was growing up, I kind of got I liked more Scarborough because that's where people went after like school. They're taking the bus to go into Scarborough and Toronto and go down to Jane and Finch.
Right.
So, but like, yeah, that was never for me. But then again, like even as I got older, you know, I realized hood chicks wasn't for me either. You know what I mean? So, I always had an affinity for my own women. That's all I ever obviously grew up around. So I never, it wasn't worth it to venture out there. To me, there was just too much trouble. And I kind of still think that even for today's black men, they're still that way. Not all of them, but they're still that way.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Big Cheese said here in South Carolina, interracial dating or marriage is the norm. Yeah, and that's understandable. You know, for the United States on a whole, I can understand that. I will say that the American black woman expresses her vitriol at a higher rate than the black woman that is in Canada, and the UK is just right behind the United States in that. Where I find that, and what I've experienced as a black man that has traveled into a couple different places, is that they, you know, certain aspects of black women will yield and concede on things with black men from other countries than they will with black men in America. Like 2006, I had a sister kind of check for me, and she was introduced to me and immediately started to try to vet me for like a long-term relationship. And I was like, girl, I don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Like, I can't talk to you. And like, you not going, I'm not one of the, I've seen too many movies coming up at that time. You're not going to be the girl to come tell me that, oh, I built you up. I was here from day one. And if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have nothing. I'm good. I can learn to get it all by myself. But yeah, I don't know. Like for you guys being in America, like what has it been like? I think that's why I like connecting with you brothers in America from wherever you're from. What is it, Rush? What has it been like in kind of like
when you ask that question? Are you asking it towards like the dynamics between a man and female,
black man to black woman? Because like you got to understand what we. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as my personal experience or what I see in general,
give a little bit of both.
Well, you know, my current situation I'm dealing right now, she's Colombian. I mean,
okay.
So like I kind of like I like the butter and pecan. I kind of deal with that department. But from what I observed, like there's a lot of friction between the male and female within our demographic. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And in the sense I get from most black females, they really don't respect black men unless if they're like ball player, you know, scammer. I mean, you know the typical generic,
typical go-tos, yeah.
Yeah, that male archetype, that street, because you know from shorty working for McDonald's all the way to corporate America, these females need to deal with a dude like Nipsey Hussle. That's like the ideal male archetype for the black female within our community. Now, what I'm saying right now might cause a lot of frictions with black females out there because they're gonna say this nigga bugging, but I mean it is what it is, man. Yeah, B, you see what's going on. Yeah, B, we ain't blind. Jer.
That.
Yo, if you don't mind me asking, Ira, like, what's your experience been like?
Now, I agree with the brother. It's vast. The way I see it, it's like I'm from New York. I'm born and raised in New York, and
Okay.
I didn't see much interracial. I've traveled all over the states in different states and stuff, but in the South and things like that. But I'm primarily from New York. So, in being in New York, I didn't come up seeing a lot of interracial. We was always into our own. We in the projects in the hood. It's nothing but seas of black people. You know what I'm saying? So you just dealing with your own. So I'm more used to that coming up. But as I traveled, been down south and stuff, I could see in certain pockets of the United States how interracial is real big.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so you got those aspects, but I've always stayed to my own, you know what I mean, what I'm used to, what I know, what I like. And yeah, the sisters got a lot of things, to say about guys, and the brother's right, like they want to get with street dudes, you know what I'm saying? Guys who got that edge on them, guys who get that money, and get those type of guys, but yeah, it's a mixed bag, It's interracial. It's just it's a mixed bag. I just stay to my own. I could just say that.
Yeah, nah, and the reason why, like, I've asked these specific questions too, because this is part of me understanding and kind of pushing the question that can black men change their narrative? Because to a degree, if and I'm just gonna say this outright, and this is across the world now, within the black community at large, women have to understand that a growing number of them have been pushed to be against us. It is the proverbial, like, Superman versus Doomsday. And so you've got two titans throwing haymakers, but the problem is one titan is not equal to the other titan because one titan is subdued within it. It's so much within his mental psyche that he has never unleashed his full power.
I blame that on fatherless homes, though. It's a lot of fatherless homes. It's generations now, plus what media, says and things like that. So, women are really contemplating why would they need a man, or, guys don't be falling in love and marrying, and the black community already pretty much doesn't believe in marriage.
Yo, can I respond to this? Just jump my
Yeah,
bad.
go ahead.
I never said I didn't like black women.
Why the discussion? If you don't like black women,
yeah, man,
don't
like
date them. No discussion needed.
Word, like
Who said we don't like black women?
That's not. Please don't put that in the air like that, man. Don't. This is how people, y'all mean, mix up. This how rumors start, man. It's not true, man. I love black women. It just so happened that I'm dealing with a Colombian chick, man. You know what I mean? Relax.
No, but
man.
you know what the funny thing is, and here's part of the problem, right? The title says, "Can black men change their narrative?" This person, I don't know who you are, and it's no shade or disrespect. Thank you for being here, even if this is the only thing that you've done, and you've probably gone by now. I don't know, but you assume something without hearing something because you've heard something that triggered you from other conversations around different spaces that you've been in within social media. No black men up here said that we hate black women. And you're not going to paint that narrative over on this side of the space. I also take that very seriously over here. That's a non-negotiable. I'm married to a black woman, right? Me personally. So you're also not going to paint these brothers in a light that they're not. Why is the discussion needed for Black women that don't like Black men? Since we want to throw out narratives that are untrue. And this is why the Black man needs to change. This is why we're talking about Black men changing our narrative. And I'm going to say this very loud and clear. Black women need to find their narrative and see if they need to change it. Because y'all don't even realize that you're used by big tech companies, big marketing companies. Since 1965, Black women have been used to continue the buck breaking of Black men. And you can't tell me I'm wrong about it, because it's documented throughout history that if you break the Black man in front of the Black woman, she will naturally tend to want to throw him away. And it has continued since the ending of slavery and was picked up full speed 1965 with the institutionalizing of social assistance from the government. The man can't be in the home. And that not only became true for Black people, and that's across the board because it was the same thing in Canada. Then further put that the removal of certain investments within inner city communities and urban communities, and the mere fact of painting our narrative that we're all dangerous until proven otherwise, or unless we can be controlled. So we're not going to entertain this conversation or this comment over here. Why the discussion? If you don't like Black men, why the discussion? Don't date us. Don't look at us. And that's exactly where I'm going to go with that. Nobody's going to come up here and try to dictate how we talk about a conversation about Black men changing our narrative. You see, this is the problem. You all think that you're the center of the Black man's universe, and it's about time y'all realize that you removed yourself from us. We didn't kick you out. We didn't put you in a kennel and throw you to the wolves. You saw us being broken and never once decided to step in the gap. And somewhere along the lines, even our mothers decided to want to take up this stupid single mother narrative and leave us to a desert that we didn't create. And this is not just in America. This is North America wide. This is worldwide. We are the enemy of the society. And we're trying to have a conversation over here about how the Black man can change his narrative, because we want to see the good in everybody that tries to hate us, so we can let them know, hey, we're not your enemy, but we're also not the cancer. We're not the pimps in the pulpit. We're not the pimps in the street. We're not the pimps and the abusers in your job. We're not the pimps and the abusers in your home. We're not jailbait. We're not. So whatever narrative you came over here with, I'm going to ask you kindly, you can actually see your way out. Why do you assume I don't like Black men? That's the energy you came up here with, ma'am. That is the energy you came up here with. Anytime I see the argument, anytime I see Black women get into a space where Black men is, you don't question the conversation. Where are you guys in the conversation? You didn't come up here with that. Let me post what you said back again. Why the discussion? If you don't like Black women, that is an assumption. So for then you to come and ask me, why do you assume I don't like Black men? You don't. You at least don't like us three, because we're Black men, and you assume that we don't like Black women. You've denigrated us to whatever thought process you had based on a point of the conversation that you didn't hear. We're not focused on what you guys want to do, because you guys are bent on saying no Black man is worth you unless he wants to be a trick or a slave. And if he can't produce, he should not be coddled or nurtured in any way. And so we have to deal with this with our sons. We have to deal with this as husbands. We have to deal with this as boyfriends. We have to deal with this as in every sense of fashion. We only are needed when we provide something. And so because you guys feel that you can work jobs and have a tax number and pay your taxes, that you don't need a man. Go find a grizzly bear. Go find a lion. Don't come over in this space over here assuming that we don't like Black women. No, if you were here for the 3 hours and 53 minutes that this live stream has been going on, you would have heard that we actually revere Black women. We're actually talking about not allowing Black women to be in positions where they're either hurt by the decisions and situations that we Black men are in or will create. But no, you didn't hear about any of that because you came over out of a 3-hour conversation. Now I see why Kevin Samuels is always going off. Out of a 3-hour conversation, you came in at the 53rd minute and you said what? You didn't say, gentlemen, good night. You didn't say, brothers, salute. You didn't say, guys, I'm trying to understand where you are. Why the discussion? If you don't like Black women, don't date them. Ma'am, I'm married. I've been with the same Black woman for 12 years. We've been married for 7 years. We have 2 kids, 3 kids together, one deceased. I've got a Black mom and a Black grandma and a whole bunch of Black nieces and Black Black goddaughters. And my grandmama's Black and my auntie's Black. They're Black, blackity, black. And you're not going to get on our brother because of where he is and who he's with. That's none of your business. We're up here talking about how Black men can change our narrative so we can actually be the leaders that we preach about. So why do I assume you don't like Black men? Because you came in at the 3rd minute of a 3-hour and 50-minute conversation and decided to paint a narrative that now we got to work to see if we even want to change. And this is the problem right here. I hope somebody clips it. This is the problem right here. This right here. Clip it. This is what, brothers, this is what I'm talking about. Ira, do you see this?
Let me see. Oh, the comment?
Yeah, you see the comment?
Why the discussion? If you don't like Black women, don't date them. No discussion needed.
Rush, you see this?
Yo, that's crazy, man. But you know, it be like that though, man. People wanna they have selective hearing, you know. They hear one thing they disagree with, they want to come in and you know, troll and you know, talk greasy to the host, you know, which is not cool at all.
You know, I have a 0 tolerance policy over here. So just like I did with the other guy the other night about the whole cucked comment, you know what we're gonna do? This is what we're gonna do over here. Done. I'm not talking. I'm about you see, the thing is, everybody wants a Black man to have standards of operation until he actually follows through, and there's no negotiation. I don't negotiate with terrorists, and no man should. Even the Bible says it's better to dwell on the rooftop of the house than with a brawling woman. Come over here and bring your vitriol and your toxicity, your toxic femininity. Don't bring that over here. Let this be a lesson to anybody else who's going to watch this. Don't bring it over here. I'm not going to let the men bring it over here, and the women sure is not going to bring it over here. Don't you ever step off on this platform talking some mess like that. I have no qualms on hey, listen, this ain't, I don't make money from this. As I don't even remember what we were talking about now, man. I don't. I genuinely don't know.
Yo, I lost my train of thought too.
Well, with that, we gonna end it here, man. We gonna end it here, brothers. I thank you for being here. This is not the last time. Let guys do me a favor. Throw Rush. I got your stuff, so I'm gonna spam it. But just for the people that is in the chat and viewing on the live stream, throw your throw your tag in the comment section right now. Era Black, same with you. Throw your tag, so we can follow up and support you. Thank you guys for being here. Usually I try to cut out by like the 3-hour mark, but you know what is good conversation, good brothers, and like Era said, we building, we supporting each other, and my sister. I mean, if you're seeing this, I'm sorry. It says you lying girl. I don't know if you're a girl or a guy. So if you're a guy, then go do your thing. I'm pretty sure you said, why do we assume that you don't like black men? I'm sorry to hit you up like that, but like this is a no-fly zone. This is literally like, I say you're gonna get a warning shot, but you're really not gonna get a warning shot. You're just gonna get shot. I'm sorry. And I'm not monetized, so I can say that right now and not be penalized for it, because I'm not saying I'm gonna harm you, but yeah, you're not gonna come over here with that vitriol. Men won't come over here with it. I don't allow it. And a guy came over here the other night. Y'all should have saw him. Man was brazen. You guys are cooked. Man, I snapped.
Yo, thank you so much for having me, man. Next time you invite me, I'm definitely coming through again. And yo, man, I'll be having panels on my channel too. So the next time I have a panel, I'm definitely gonna hit you up so you can come through so we can all chop it up together. Know what I mean?
Facts. And trust me, I got some ads already being built. So for everybody that drops their link, Black Era dropped his, said peace. My channel is Era Black TV. I'm gonna definitely find that link and get an official post and get everybody an ad out in the community tab of our platform over here. Definitely. Pardon, that's Era Black TV. Yeah. Yeah, he had to make sure you get the right spelling, because trust me, I would have been searching up after this and been on some. Don't tell
exactly.
me I spelt it wrong, or did this guy tell me it so we don't come over here with the same type of fireworks?
No, it's all good. I had to make sure I get that right. Like, hold on, spell check.
Yeah, spell for sure.
But I want to thank you, brother, for having me. Yeah, I want to thank you for having me, bro. Rush, pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet both of you guys, and we definitely got to build again.
Yes, brother. Most definitely. Well, I'm gonna keep up with you, and we're gonna connect. I've got about 5 more episodes to post tonight, to get them spaced out from now through the end of March. So we got some topics, and ladies, we got some topics for you guys to come on the panel and have a civil discussion or a civil debate. There's not going to be no accusations. I don't stand for that. I'm a dictator over here. I don't play that. And like I said, you clearly see, hey, if y'all want to unsubscribe to it, go ahead. It's all right. It ain't gonna mess none. We just not gonna do that over here. I don't allow men to do it to the women, and I'm not gonna allow the women to do that to men. So don't try that. It's peace, love, and that's as simple as we keep it. As we do, I didn't get it. I was so happy for everybody coming through. I was hyped 3-4 hours ago. But if you guys just bear with me, I just want to close in a quick prayer. God, Father, I want to thank you for new friends, new brothers, not even just friends, Lord, but just brothers to join in this conversation. Lord God, I pray that you cover these brothers. I pray that you continue to keep their families safe. I pray that you continue to open doors for these brothers and give them new insight and visions on how to expand their life and expand their coast and enlarge their territory. As we move forward tonight, God, we pray that this conversation has been able to reach somebody wherever they are in the world. We pray that this has been uplifting. We pray that this has been inspirational. We pray that this has answered questions and developed new ones to search for wisdom and insight and foresight. God, thank you for tonight. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Brothers, thank you for being here. We definitely appreciate you.
Yes, thank you for having me, man.
Hey, man, it's not going to be the last time. As long as I can find you guys, definitely you guys will be getting messages from me. And thank you again. Rush, blessings to you, brother. Era Black, blessings to you, brother. Everybody,
blessings.
Yes,
indeed. Take care.
Definitely, we're gonna do this again, man. I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm gonna check out your channel, man.
I appreciate it,
for sure.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all have a good one.
Blessings, brothers.
Yup. Yes, indeed. Peace out.
All right, Conrad, man. I'll catch you on the flip, man. Thank you so much for having me, brother.
Oh, for sure, brother. Have a good night. What time is it where you at right now?
Right now it's 1:10 a.m.
Okay, I'm 3 hours ahead of you. Okay.
Oh, it's like 4 in the morning. Where you at?
Oh no, we on the same. No, we East Coast. We East Coast. We East Coast. We same
on the
time.
same
We same time. We good.
Yeah.
Okay, lit. All right, bro. We gonna tap in.
All right, yo. One.
All right, salute, bro. Peace and love. Thank y'all for watching. Love, share, subscribe, like, share, subscribe. Hit that notification bell to keep up tab with us. Salute. T-Dot. Peace in the T-Dot streets in the Middle East and everywhere in the world. We love you all. The real out.